The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson, and I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is February the 6th, 2025, and it is Black History Month. So happy Black History Month. We made it to another one. It might be the last one. We don't know. The way things are going, ain't no telling how many more of these we got. With the current situation in Washington and this country, it was in question whether they were going to have a Black History Month this month or not, which is unbelievable. But it didn't raise to the point to where they eliminated it, but it was in conversation, which is strange. As they walk through and dismantle all the progress that this country has made over the years when it comes to African Americans, when it comes to our rights and our freedoms and equality and justice. These people have effectively started dismantling everything that was built in this country. But we'll get into all of that. If you want to join the conversation, all you have to do is call in to the number at 1717-908-1834, and I'll get you on the line. And excuse my voice, I got a little frog in my throat. So I'm good though. I guess I need to go get me some hot tea and drink on that, but it's all good. But yeah, welcome to the show. Once again, we are in concerning times when it comes to this country. The way I feel actually is that everything that I've been trying to warn people about, all of the racism, all of the hatred, all of the safeguards that I tried to warn people about that they need to have against white supremacy, everything that I've been talking about, even when it comes to religion, is coming to fruition. And I'm not saying that I'm some type of soothsayer or can predict the future or anything like that, but this is what we're witnessing now. What we're living through now is exactly what I was trying to express years ago on Blog Talk Radio, on Talk Real Solutions, when it comes to warning people about racism and white supremacy. And all of this stuff is coming true. And it's not to pat myself on the shoulder. As a matter of fact, it's embarrassing to know that things like this would happen and, be living in a society where you can easily predict what the outcome might be when it comes to oppression and racism against your own people. But having said all of that, that's exactly what we're witnessing. We're witnessing a different America. And I've been trying to give warnings, and I know people don't want to hear it because it's uncomfortable. I know people don't want to accept the fact that we are moving backwards because this country has a history of racism and white supremacy against our people, and it's well known. It's documented. We have photographs. We are the ancestors. We are the descendants. We have ancestors. We are the descendants of people who've been oppressed in this country. So it is easy for me to tell that story based off of what I know about my own people, and relate it to what's going on today. Um,
The bravest person
especially
I
whenever it
know
comes
is
to
my
like
daughter.
people just being bigoted and taking resources away and just being racist. And if you look at a snapshot of society and see how we are postured in this society, there's a reason, there's an answer for why we are in this condition. There's an answer for why we communicate the way we do. There's an answer to why we relate to each other the way we do. It's all of this stuff in society can be deciphered if you just look at history, and all of it's related. But what white supremacy has done was it confused it confused us as we come along, right? Because as we come along, they tell us, it's not that bad. You're just over exaggerating uh, the effects of racism. Racism don't exist. Tim Scott and all of these other people say that stuff. Racism don't exist. You're playing the black card. Uh, they always try to tamp it down and say that it's not as bad as we think it is. But the entire time they're following up on an agenda to undo the work of our ancestors, and it's culminating and it's coming to a head to where we're at a point to where there might not be a chance to turn around. Now, I don't know if we are there yet, but if we're not there, then we are very close to that point to where there's not a chance for them to undo the damage that they're getting ready to do. If I was a young boy when all this stuff was going on, and I wasn't born when a lot of it was going on. But like I said, I watch documentaries, and I look at I study some of my history. As a matter of fact, let me do that. I'll I think the History Channel on the internet might have some of the stuff that I'm referring to, because it's let me Google it. It's our history, guys. All right, yeah, this is a. I'll just use this. All right, it should be. Wait a minute, hold on. Ooh, yeah, I just use this web page here, and it'll kind of help me tell my story tonight. And usually I get up here and ramble and just talk about a whole bunch of yin yang, but I think this is significant because of it is Black History Month, and we can do a little bit of studying yeah, this website here is history.com, and as you can see, I just googled up history and milestones and timeline in Black history, and we can just go through some of this stuff and kind of relate it to what's going on um today. When and all of this is related to Donald Trump regaining the presidency. All of this is related to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, which is a racist Nazi, taking power. It's related to them seizing uh, the Treasury funds, freezing the funds, and blaming DEI and all of this stuff. All of it's related. Okay, all of it's related. But you have to start here, and the problem with America is, like I said, they don't acknowledge their original sin, and because nobody wants to talk about racism, nobody wants to say that racism is the reason that this country is the way it is today. If you acknowledge that, work towards correcting that, then a lot of these problems would probably eventually go away. But if they would have acknowledged it at first and made everybody equal in this country and looked at each other as humans, then we wouldn't even be having these problems. We'd be having some other problems. Of course, it'd probably be a class problem instead of a racist problem. But now we got classism combined with racism, combined with, I don't know, xenophobia, combined with all of these things. So, but here, if you just look back in history, the first section tells you that in 1619, the first slaves came to America, right? And this is just my interpretation. I could read the paragraph, but I'm just going to give you a interpretation of what the Anglo-Saxon, European, savage, human on the planet at this time done to other humans on this planet. They invaded Africa and enslaved the Africans and carried them throughout the world as labor, as property, as they just took the rights of indigenous people from their original place and they transported them throughout the world. And they used them in such a way that was demeaning. They dehumanized them. They took away their identity, our identity. And because of whatever arrogance or savagery in their mind, they thought that they were better humans than people with different colored skin. So they automatically beat us, tortured us, killed us, lynched us in order to make us submit to being less than that category of human when it comes to European. That's just what happened in 1619. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't rebellions. I'm not saying that we were weak. I'm not saying that we just gave up, because we didn't. Because it took. If we would have just gave up, we wouldn't have the stories of torture. We wouldn't have the stories of rebellion. We wouldn't have the stories of people fighting back, right? So we didn't just give up. But they were so savage, and their weapons were more technologically advanced than what Africans had, that it was easy to eventually win in somebody when you got more technologically advanced weapons. So eventually, they were able to enslave people and bring them throughout the world as servants and slaves. So that's what happened in the 1600s. And once we got here, one of the main industries that they used us in was the cotton industry. Uh, they worked us in the fields till we died, um, for textile and whatever other uses cotton is used for. That stuff was uh, made America the richest country on the planet, and it was all because and at the hands of free labor, which means that savage Europeans didn't work their own farms, didn't generate their own wealth. They did it on the back of our ancestors, and they became rich off of free labor of our people. And I know the story goes deeper than that, but like I said, I'm just scratching the surface, and I'm trying to relate it to what we're witnessing in Washington today. And I want you to keep in mind that mentality of the European or Caucasian or whatever you want to call them, keep the mindset of them as being above and better goes all throughout history. And them looking at us as being sub or less goes all throughout history. And it starts back here when I'm telling you about the history of America. So whenever they got us over here to America and in the islands, they was working the sugarcane fields and all of that kind of stuff, the Caribbean. So just keep that in mind as we talk about going through this timeline. And I'm just going to scroll through this website, like I said. So they had us in the cotton fields, and they used us for free labor. And when I say free labor, they didn't only use us in the cotton field. They used us to um, build their buildings, build their roads, build their railroads. They use black women to nurse their children. They raped and abused black women um, during this time. All of this stuff was without consent. It was forced upon us. No one asked for it. And keep in mind that the mentality of the European was that I am above you. You are my property. You don't have any rights. And then the website goes into next. Like I told you, there was some people that revolted, right? You had the Nat Turner revolt in 1833. That meant that the mentality of black people was not submissive, right? And this is the most famous revolt that we know. But I'm pretty sure on plenty other plantations, you had black men and women standing up to people when they was getting abused, and they probably got killed or lynched when they revolted. We know that because we have a history of stories being told about the whipping post. So you didn't get whipped unless you did things that the white man did disagree with the white man. So one of those things was not doing exactly what they say, right? Not doing exactly what they say, and one of those things was rebellion. So you have people that was rebelling, but whenever you see people get killed or whipped or punished or maimed, and then the rest of the group is going to agree to go along with whatever is being forced upon them. So you had that era, and then here's another form of rebellion where the abolitionists and Harriet Tubman formed this path to freedom called the Underground Railroad. Um, there's a lot of myths and mysteries about the Underground Railroad that people talk about, but I'm just going to say that it was a path to freedom that Harriet Tubman and other abolitionists led the way to bring humans out of bondage into freedom. So whatever myth or mystery you got about Harriet Tubman, that's the main thing, is that was a former slave that I guess gained her freedom, I think, and she went back to free black people so they could have their freedom. And that was in what, 1831, and then you had 1858. We talked about this next situation here on the show in recent weeks was the Dred Scott case, right? When let's just see what this is. It says on March the 6th, 1857, the United States Supreme Court handed down a decision in Scott versus Sanford, delivering a resounding victory to the Southern supporters of slavery and arousing the ire for Northern abolitionists. During the 1830s, the owner of an enslaved man named Dred Scott had taken him from the slave state of Missouri to the Wisconsin Territory and Illinois, where the slavery was outlawed, according to the terms of the Missouri Compromise in 1820. Upon his return to Missouri, Scott sued for his freedom on the basis that his temporary removal from the soil made him legally free. The case went to the Supreme Court, where the Chief Justice Rogers B. Taney and the majority eventually ruled that Scott was an enslaved person and not a citizen, thus had no legal rights. This is what is being discussed in 2025, guys. See, this is how it's all related. There was a decision made about slaves in 1857 that said, no, you are not a part of this country, because there was a black man, Dred Scott, sued this country or went to the Supreme Court and said, look, I was free for a little while. Now I'm back in Missouri, and these people are saying that I'm not free. So they went to court, and the Supreme Court of the United States of America made a decision and said, yes, you are not a free man in this country. You can never. Let me see what the rest of it said before I put it in my own words. According to the court, Congress had no constitutional powers to deprive person of their property rights when dealing with an enslaved people in the territories. So Congress said, because you were property, we don't have no power to take. Who was he suing? Sanford. We don't have no right to deprive Sanford of his property. So you will remain property. This is what was said about black people, the decision that was made by the Supreme Court in this country. The verdict effectively declared that the Missouri Compromise is unconstitutional, ruling that all territories were open to slavery and could exclude it when only when they became states. While much of the South rejoiced seeing the verdict as a clear victory, anti-slavery Northerners were furious. One of the most prominent abolitionists, Frederick Douglass, was cautiously optimistic. However, wisely, he predicted that this very attempt to blot out forever the hopes of an enslaved people may be one necessary link in the chain of events preparatory to the complete overthrow of the whole system. Now, Frederick Douglass was kind of having foresight there and saying, even though you lost, it might be a victory for the future, because they can see that you're taking away the rights of a human being, and that's just not right. So in a way, he was right, because eventually Scott got overturned with the 14th Amendment or whatever, and but we can see the point is the mindset of European savage Caucasians in 1857 is that black people were property, and they did not allow Dred Scott his freedom, even though he was freed by the Missouri Compromise or whatever. They said, no, you're still property. Okay, so that goes into today, when they're having the 14th Amendment conversation about birthright citizenship, and they're trying to undo the birthright citizenship. With the birthright citizenship gone, it doesn't matter. if you're born here or not, you have to qualify other ways than being born here in order to be a citizen here. Now, what was those qualifications? Just shooting from the hip? Clearly, you had to be white and you had to be European. I think that was the standard. I don't know what else to say. That's just if you was a white person and you was a human, then you could be a citizen of America. That's just the way it was because every one of them, damn near, were immigrants from other countries. So, or their ancestors was. All right, it says the John Brown raids. Okay, so this we just gonna go on through history here. 1861 was the Civil War and Emancipation. Okay, so after that decision of Dred Scott, they had the Civil War, and the Emancipation, and then that kind of goes straight into, like I said, the 13th, 14th, the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, the 14th Amendment, which was the birthright citizenship, and the 15th Amendment looked like it guaranteed citizens' right to vote in this country. So there's a whole history here, right? So now you're looking at 1865, where Lincoln and the Emancipation and all of that kind of stuff, all of those things that happened changed the original Constitution. Now, that pissed a lot of people off, and it's pissing a lot of people off today. Whenever you say that something has been amended, right? That is not the original text, right? So whenever and this is just a stupid way of thinking. I'm just going to say that right now. It's just a dumb way of thinking. Because what these people are sort of like, what am I trying to say? Purists, right? They want to take the original words that was written down and tell you that that was the actual intention of this document, right? Not that it can be amended, but what it originally said. So if you couple that with the mindset of a religious zealot and the Bible, you can't change the words in the Bible, supposedly. And the Bible originally, whatever the Bible says in that text cannot be changed. Because those are the words of Jesus and God or whoever. So you can't change that. So they put that in the same, they look at that the same way they look at the Constitution and say the original document says what it says. And the original document and the law said that Dred Scott won't a goddamn citizen. Because you can't go amend the fucking Bible, you shouldn't be able to amend the Constitution. So this is what we're arguing with now. They're not saying that, but their actions prove what I'm saying. They're saying that because you have these amendments, because the founding fathers didn't say A, B, and C originally, that you are not a citizen. This is the dumb Kunis ass argument that Sarge argues whenever he says that he's not a 14th Amendment citizen, which is the dumbest thing in the world. But he's saying it because of white supremacy. And he's saying it because he wants to be historically a white man. And he can be a white man. I don't give a fuck who he be. But I'm just letting black people know that whenever you hear that argument is that he is a natural born citizen and he's not a 14th Amendment citizen. That's just stupid. Because the amendments of the Constitution is the fucking Constitution. It's just what it is. It changed over time. And now the amendments is established as laws of the land. And that's just what the fuck it is. And it's been that way since the 1800s. So these purists, these conservative, these traditionalists, these people that want to say the Constitution, go back to the original text of the Constitution, they are wrong. They are breaking the law whenever they make this argument. And I didn't mean to stay here this long, but I just wanted to point that out, that that's what's going on when you're looking at this birthright citizenship argument with the 14th Amendment and all this kind of stuff is because it was amended. Because the 14th Amendment made slaves citizens of this country. That's what you're arguing against. And if you take that away, uh, slaves and slave descendants, if you take that away, then what are you saying about slaves and slave descendants? Then you're saying that they're not citizens. And that's why Sarge, even though he's a goddamn slave descendant, it's clear. I don't know what Mr. Solutions is. He might be descended from some fucking Europeans, but it's clear that he's a descendant of slave and he's a 14th Amendment citizen because his parents and grandparents, they was most likely born in this country, and eventually they had him, and he became a citizen up under the 14th Amendment at whatever hospital he was in, whenever he got his birth certificate and social security number. Okay, so we're gonna move on forward. The John Brown rage. That's what another abolitionist movement looked like. The Civil War, emancipation. I just talked about that. Post-slavery. We just talked about that. Separate but equal. That was another thing because white people could not deal with the fact that equality existed in this country. So you had separate but equal, which is stupid. And then you've even had recently, you've had recently since I've came on social media, black people arguing for segregation, which is the dumbest thing. I mean, I go along with the conversations, not in agreement, but to hear the way people think whenever they talk about this segregation bullshit, this desegregation bullshit. I just don't think it's smart. It's not a way to evolve as humans on this planet, and as African Americans, being that we are here. It's not a way to evolve. It's just stupid. So, separate but equal. In 1896, as Reconstruction drew to a close, and forces of white supremacy regained control of carpetbaggers, the Northerners who moved south, and free black people, Southern states legislation began enacting first segregation laws, known as Jim Crow. Taken from a much copied minstrel routine written by a white actor who performed often in blackface named Jim Crow, came to serve as a general derogatory term for African Americans in the post-Reconstruction South. By 1855, most Southern states had laws requiring separate schools for black and whites, and by 1900, persons of color were required to be separated from white people in the railroad cars, the depots, the hotels, the theaters, the restaurants, the barbershops, and other establishments. On May 18th, 1896, the United States Supreme Court and its verdict in Plessy versus Ferguson, a case that represented the first major test of the meaning of the 14th Amendment provision of full and equal citizenship of African Americans. Now, this kind of plays right into what I was just saying about these purists of the Constitution. The purists of the Constitution said, okay, you can be a citizen, but we're going to enact these racist laws, even though the 14th Amendment exists. We're going to enact these racist laws, separate but equal, and Jim Crow laws, because we don't believe that this country is interpreting the Constitution the way it originally was meant to be. So now you can ride your bus, you can drink out of your water fountains, you can go to that bathroom. But even though you're under the Constitution as a citizen of the United States of America, us as white, savage, fucking Americans, we are not going to share the same space with you. You are going to be over there, and we are going to be over here. That's exactly the mindset of these current racist-ass Republicans and Sarge in the country. They got this Jim Crow mindset. By 8-1 majority, the court upheld Louisiana's law, that required segregation of passengers on railroad cars by asserting the equal protection clause was not violated as long as reasonably equal conditions were provided by both groups. See, that equal protection laws was part of the amendments, right? Equal protection under the law. And then their justification was that if we provide you with the same accommodations, then we're not violating the equal protection law, right? Which was bullshit because they are. So they upheld it. Sound like. Courts established that separate equal doctrine that would therefore be used by assessing the constitutionality of racial segregation law Plessy versus Ferguson stood as overriding judicial preference in the civil rights cases until 1954, when it was reversed by the court's verdict in Brown versus Education. So all of these things, and we're not teaching our children this. All of these things ring a bell when I hear Plessy versus Ferguson, Brown versus Education, Jim Crow. All of this stuff should ring a bell in every one of our heads because this is our history, right? This is our history in this country. This is what our ancestors went through, and because it doesn't resonate with a lot of African Americans, we just letting white America walk over us, and not pushing back to the blatant rollback of our rights in this country. And you can see that on social media. Whenever you look at these black conscious community websites and different places, these people are not even addressing the fact that historically these people has instituted racism and Jim Crow and Dred Scott throughout history. So there is no way in the world we should ever side with a Republican or a Donald Trump or a MAGA movement. They should never be a black MAGA. They should never be a black Republican. There should never be anybody that empathize with the plight politically of white Americans. I don't know how else to say that. But we confuse ourselves because we are free and we are able to think the way that we want to think in this country, in a free country. So you end up with a Candace Owens. You end up with a fucking coon like ABC. You end up with a Sarge saying, oh, I got the right to think how I want to think. Yes, you do, motherfucker. But at the same time, do you remember what happened to your damn ancestors? So why would you agree with these motherfuckers that want to oppress you? Right? So that's how this system has manipulated us. The system, and I'm going to always be on the side with my people, right? And I'm going to always be on the side with justice and equality, that is fighting for justice and equality. But the system has told these people justice and equality is not important. Having fair treatment in this country is not important. What's important is if I take up a white man's talking points and then turn around and wag my finger at black people and sound like them when you hear Sarge telling black people to lift themselves up by the bootstraps. When you hear people like Mr. Solutions come on here and preaching white man propaganda. That system confused black people. I don't know what color Mr. Solutions is though, but that system confused black people and they got us arguing with each other, which is what they want. Because now instead of talking about how we can move forward, we have to push back on these people who forcefully insert themselves into our conversations to disrupt the flow of information. And that's what you witness whenever you hear Mr. Solutions call in, or when you hear Sarge call in. You're watching white supremacy at work. Because if we're having a conversation, progressing a conversation about a political issue, they're going to insert themselves and disrupt that flow, disrupt that thought, and make all kinds of fucking stupid. And here I am arguing back with them, and here come the next person arguing back with them. You know, that's just that they designed to be these infiltrators, these agents, if you will, of chaos when it comes to black people trying to come together and say whatever they want to say. That's just what it is, and I know it hurts. Hey, what's up, ABC and East Coast and Frodo? I know it hurts, but that's just the fact of what's going on. And instead of me arguing that on the line all the time, I just let it play out. I let it play out, and then you can analyze it, or since we live in a free country, you can take one side or the other, but you need to know that I am aware of exactly what's going on because of the history of my damn people. You've been compromised. You have been genetically altered to sympathize with the people who oppressed your people. There is no way that any black person should be a MAGA. It's not fucking possible. It just isn't. So, moving on after the Plessy versus Ferguson and Brown versus Board of Education, you had other movements, and I just try to. It looked like in 1909 the NAACP was founded. And the NAACP is a group that exists till today. Now, you will hear the arguments made about the NAACP, that there was some Jewish people involved and all of this kind of crap. That stuff is irrelevant. Right? What we need to do as black people, because the NAACP is an established organization and it has recognition and power to a certain degree, we need to control the messaging, the mission, and what the NAACP addresses in this country. And it needs to be politically viable. So how do you do that? Well, membership is one way and money is another. But at the same time, we need to control the leadership of the NAACP and voice our opposition to the NAACP when they're not moving. Like I, and I'm not saying anything about them right now. I think that they could be doing more than what they're doing at this moment in time. At this moment in time, we should see the NAACP plastered all over the fucking internet. We should see the NAACP on every fucking news outlet. At this moment in time, we should be hearing the NAACP come out here and oppose Donald Trump when Donald Trump was saying that DEI and black people is crashing fucking airplanes in this country. The NAACP or some representative from the fucking black community that has strong political ties should be opposing the message of these white supremacist, racist ass Nazis that has taken over this country. So I don't oppose the NAACP, but because they do have the power and they are a group that was formed a while back, we should be hearing opposition, immediate opposition to white supremacy and racism in this country from an organization like that. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's what I think that they need to do. It says in June 1905, a group led by the prominent black educator W.E.D. Boyce met at Niagara Falls, Canada, sparking a new political protest movement demanding civil rights for black people in the old spirit of the abolitionism. As an American exploding urban population faced shortages of employment and housing, violent hostility toward black people has increased around the country. Lynchings, though illegal, were widespread practice. A wave of race riots, particularly in Springfield, Illinois, in 1908, lent a sense of urgency to the Niagara movement and its supporters, who in 1909 joined their agenda with that of a new permanent civil rights organization, the National Action for Advancement of Colored People. Among the NAACP stated goals were the abolition of all forced segregation, the enforcement of the 14th and 15th Amendment, equal education for black people and white students, and complete enfranchisement of all black men. Though prominent female suffrage were part of the original NAACP, this issue was not mentioned. First established in Chicago, the NAACP expanded to more than 400 locations. By 1921, one of its earliest programs were a crusade against lynchings and other. See right there. Whenever I read that the NAACP had a crusade against lynchings, that is the mindset I am in when it comes to the NAACP opposition to white supremacy and racism. They were lynching black people. The NAACP led a crusade in opposition to lynchings. Right now, they are burning books. They're blaming fucking wokeism. They're blaming DEI. They're firing fucking federal workers that are African Americans. There is a direct attack on African Americans, and I'm telling you that the NAACP and other black organizations need to be out there in the front, not in coalition with these other groups, because we've seen what the hell they think of us. Don't come with this damn Hispanic coalition, this Asian don't come with them. Right? You need to be leading this group. Don't come with this Jewish coalition. No, the black Americans need to be leading this movement in opposition to what we see now. Now, don't get me wrong. If they want to fall behind with a movement that is led by African Americans, that's fine. Get in the fucking back. But it need to be known that black people are in opposition against this movement by leading organizations, right? You know, Al Sharpton got a television show, and he speaks towards it on his television show. Sometimes I tune in, but that's not the same anymore. He's not on the street. He's corporate now, right? He can only do whatever the fuck he do. Once Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and all of these civil rights leaders stepped down, there should have been somebody there in their place with a louder voice than what they had, right? And we see, sometimes I see the leaders of the NAACP sit up on MSNBC and say whatever. You know, they're millionaires and they're corporate. The fire is gone in the black opposition to white supremacy and racism in this country. And I think that's terrible. Okay, where was I at? Crusade against the lynchings. Those efforts, including nationwide protests, D.W. Griffith's silent film Birth of a Nation, which glorified white supremacy and Ku Klux Klan, who continued into the 1920s, played a crucial role in drastically reducing the number of lynchings carried out in the United States. Du Bois edited the NAACP's official magazine, The Crisis, and from 1910 to 1934, publishing many of his leading voices in African American literature and politics, helping fuel the spread of the Harlem Renaissance. And then you had the Marcus Garvey movement. There was a lot of things about Marcus Garvey that I'm going to say in current times, people picked apart about his movement, right? But at the same time, the message about what Marcus Garvey was trying to implement should have attracted all of us you know, the Harlem Renaissance, and then it goes on. I mean, I'm just gonna because it's Black History Month, guys, and thank you guys for listening. I'm just going through this timeline and talking about some things in history that to remind us, if you can, remind your family members where we came from. And I know I'm not digging down and being totally accurate about some of these things, and that's why I'm using this website and just reflecting on it as I scroll past it, right? So we done went through slavery, Jim Crow, and rebellions, and Harriet Tubman. So now we're at World War II in 1941 when African Americans fought for this damn country. And even in the World War, we was treated like second class citizens, below second class citizens, right? So what am I establishing here? I'm establishing since the beginning of this country, when they drug us from our homeland up until 1941, where we fought to defend this fucking nation. We have been a part of this nation, regardless of what the fuck they think about birthright citizenship and how they interpret the Constitution. We, as African Americans, is just as much of America as anybody on this land, except for the fucking Native Americans, right? Because we have a history of labor in this country, being property in this country, building this country, building the bridges and the roads and fighting in wars in this damn country. These are our ancestors that in this country. And the narrative that we've been programmed with is that, that was insignificant. Because they were slavery, that really didn't count. No, you was a soldier just like that white soldier was. You was a carpenter just like that white carpenter was. I mean, it's crazy how we've been programmed not to embrace our heritage in this country. We had Brown versus Education. We talked about that. Then we had 1955 Emmett Till death, where these white racists got away with murdering a 14-year-old. We still see remnants of white people getting away with murdering people in this country. I can think about Kyle Rittenhouse. I can think about the young lady that got pulled over for a tail light. I can think about George Floyd, Eric Garner, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice. There's so many deaths that happened in this country. The guy that in New York that got murdered on the subway, I think it was. There's so many reminiscences of history in this country, and we have actual documentation. And these stories are told. These stories are highlighted. Now, I don't know how a Sandra Bland case would play out in history, right? But long as we got Emmett Till story, then we can make reference to the same conditions that murdered this young man. The Rosa Parks Montgomery bus protest. I thought it was strange years ago when we was talking about Rosa Parks and the bus boycotts, and it was black people that, I don't know, tried to denigrate this movement by telling us that because, now this could be true, or could not be true, I don't know. They try to denigrate the movement by telling us that Rosa Parks replaced somebody that was of darker skin and a single mother, and she really shouldn't get credit for the bus sit-in. I think that is off kiltered. Let's just say, for instance, that is a true story, and everything is relevant. Does that take away from what the Montgomery boycott was? No. But that was something inserted into the conversation. Like I said, it was a disruption. So we won't talk about the relevance of the Montgomery bus boycotts. And it was to denigrate one of the icons of the civil rights movement, right? And that's the type of BS that we get faced with. Yes, you want to learn accurate history. Yes, you want to know the truth. But while you're learning the truth, let's not tear down the black icons that made it possible to be where the fuck we at. All right, so I'm just scrolling. Here's one: Loving versus Virginia. I can think this was dealing with interracial marriage, and for a long time, a lot of us frowned upon these type of relationships and all of this kind of stuff. And I had to wake up to, I think it was on BTR when I realized that, okay, so we're talking against interracial marriage, and these interracial people had a child, and then you started hating on that biracial child that had nothing to do with. I said that this is not right, because the child is innocent. So that started my process of thinking, saying, okay, so if you have an interracial child, then I had to wake myself up and say, okay, so these two people fell in love, and you can't be mad when people fall in love with each other. It is what it is. If they're if an interracial couple, let's just use one black, one white, is in a relationship, and the black person, whichever one it is pushing forward a black agenda for her people, for their people, for his people, whether they black or white, whether they, whether it's a man or woman, then I can't hate on that person because they are. And then at the same time, in that same household, you could have the white spouse pushing an agenda for the white side of their family. So that's a conflict within inside of that house, and it's none of my business, if there is a conflict, right? If there is a conflict, I don't know. But my point is, whenever they have a child and that child come into this world, I know how that child is going to get treated. That child is going to get treated like he looked just like me, right? So anytime you got, well, mostly you got a mixed race person, they're going to say they're black. So this whole interracial debate is still being had on social media. I pull back from it. It ain't none of my business if you want to date outside your race. But Lovings versus Virginia was the decision, or the ruling about interracial marriage. It says Mildred and Richard Loving were one of the first interracial couples legally married in the United States, and their union marked a pivotal moment in marriage rights for mixed race families. At 2 a.m. on July 11, 1958, Mildred Jeter was lying next to her husband, Richard Loving, when the police began knocking on their door, demanding to know about the nature of their relationship. At that time, the interracial marriage was illegal in Virginia, and the newlywed couple was guilty of breaking the law. Now, just that right there is kind of what I touched on whenever I was talking about that's inside of their house. You fall in love with someone, you marry someone, and now you got the police knocking at your fucking door because you're married to somebody. That is, we don't want to go there, as a country. Richard spent the night in prison, and his sister had to pay $1,000 bond for his release. Mildred, however, spent 3 nights in a small woman's cell and was released to her father. The couple was given a choice: spend 25 years in prison or leave Virginia. Then they chose exile and abandon the state for 9 years, making periodic trips back to visit family while trying to avoid being detected. Amidst this civil rights movement, Amidst the civil rights movement, the ACLU lawyer Bernard S. Cohen and Philip J. Hirschkup decided to take the couple's case. They tried to have the case vacated and the ruling overturned without success. They then tried appealing the decision to the Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, but the court ultimately stuck to the original ruling. The case eventually made it to the Supreme Court, where a majority of the members decided on June 12, 1967, that laws banning interracial marriage were unconstitutional. So, for the interracial people, it wasn't that long ago. I was born in 1967, and that's when they decided that interracial couples can be a thing in this country, right? That's when they decided that. But my point is, if they had children, those children, because of this made up rule called the one drop rule, their children would be black, and they would get treated with racism in this damn country. So now let me just reiterate: if you're in a interracial marriage and your significant other, the white significant other, is a fucking racist, first of all, you're stupid. And next, just fuck that couple, because they're unfit to be parents and they're unfit to even breathe the same fucking air. If you're in an interracial couple and you're racist, then there's something mentally wrong with both of you, you know. But I'm thinking that when people step into this life, they're facing a challenge that they know the world is against them already, so they already got challenges. I don't know. I'm not an interracially married person, so I don't know. Okay, so you had the sit-in movements, you had the freedom rides, and I know I'm just talking the integration of old Mississippi, Birmingham church bombings. You know, we have a history in this country. You have Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream speech, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Let me, that's kind of all right. The Civil Rights Act. It said, thanks to the campaign of a nonviolence resistant campaign championed by Martin Luther King, beginning in 1950, the civil rights movement had begun to gain serious momentum in the United States by the 1960s. That year, John F. Kennedy made the passage of the new civil rights legislation part of his presidential campaign platform. He won more than 70% of the African American vote. Congress was debating Kennedy's civil rights reform bill when he was killed by an assassin's bullet in Dallas, Texas. In November 1963, it was left to Lyndon Johnson, not previously known for his support of civil rights, to push the Civil Rights Act. The most far-reaching act legislation of supporting racial equality in American history, through Congress in 1964. What I'm the way why I'm stumped when it comes to the Civil Rights Act is because humans are throughout history historically known to affect political change through guns, bullets, bombings, killing, murdering, and all of this kind of stuff, right? And I know that Martin Luther King got some of his ideas from the peaceful protests of Gandhi, right? But at the same time, historically, having a nonviolence movement that affected so much change was like unspeakable, right? In other words, he got racist white Americans. And I don't give a fuck if they supported it or not. They were still racist. He got racist white Americans to agree to equality and justice and equal opportunity in this country for whatever race, religion, or sex or natural. He got non-violently. There was a movement that played on the conscience. It had to play on the conscience of these racist ass pieces of shits to say that, you know, what we've been doing is wrong. Without them having to pick up a gun, right? Without them having to go to war. Well, they went to war civically and peacefully and non-violently. And I'm just trying to say the kind of courage that it took to be in that type of movement without striking back, because they definitely beat us, threw rocks at us, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and sick dogs and fire hoses on us. They definitely did that, right? And what this movement and Martin Luther King did was kind of put not an end to discrimination due to your color, your race, your religion, your sex, and made it against the law, right? So I mean, I can't. People nowadays are trying to tear down Martin Luther King and the civil rights leaders and all of this kind of stuff, but these guys were courageous, and I don't give a shit what this man did that was not on par or whatever. What the accomplishment is with the civil rights legislation is nothing like America has ever seen, right? Because before this, just think about it. It was Jim Crow. It was, you know, them doing that type of shit. You know, it kind of reinforced the voter registration and the public accommodations. I mean, these people, I don't know. People should be, I don't know. But my point is, the civil rights of 1964 was a significant hurdle for America. And what did they do as fucking savage Americans to show their appreciation? They put a fucking bullet in his fucking head. They killed him. And then white people went crazy and started burning motherfucking. They started burning people, and this said the freedom summer of the Mississippi burning, the murders of 1964, Selma to Montgomery March, Malcolm X killing, Voting Rights Act, the rise of Black Power. This is there's so much to say about the Black Panthers, but that era where the Black Panthers was on the right track, and they killed those men, and they dismantled that movement, and now the Black political movement in this country it don't exist to a certain degree. It don't exist, political movement for Black people in this country. I know we are political, and we have our political opinion, but if you want to see a strong political movement, look at those racist ass white people in MAGA. There is nothing that those fucking pieces of shit can do to get them to turn against each other politically. They can't even say that the criminals that invaded our Capitol on January 6th are criminals. They turn them loose. They pardon them. That's because they are stuck together behind a political ideology, and they're not compromising on that ideology. They sticking together. But what they did to our political movement is they weakened it. They kill our leaders, and they stick people in around us like Sarge and ABC, and they make sure that you got a Tariq Nasheed or Boyce Watkins out there, or Evaz Show talking shit about Black Democrat Party and all this kind of dumb shit. Nobody said the Democrats was perfect. Nobody says that black people agree with them 100%. But at the same time, you got to realize that that's the only political party that the majority of black people participate in. So what we need to do instead of tearing it down is build it the fuck up. Make it stronger. We need to set the agenda. You need to participate. We need to start teaching our kids at the age of 10, 11, and 12 how important it is for them to either claim to be a Democrat or be politically active. See, we've been so propagandized against the Democrats. I hear people, and I did it myself. I hear people come on here and say, I'm not a Democrat. You see what I'm saying? That means that they won mentally, because they don't give a fuck about saying whether or not they're a racist ass Republican or not. Long as we're fractured, then they will always defeat us. So, in 1968, the Fair Housing Act, assassination of Martin Luther King in 1968, the black woman runs for president, Shirley Chisholm. The big decision on affirmative action. We had affirmative action. Jesse Jackson runs for fucking president. Oprah Winfrey launches. That is significant. A lot of people have demonized Oprah too. But that is significant how this black woman has taken over the fucking talk show industry and became one of the most successful people to do that. The LA riots, I think that was involving Rodney King. The Million Man March by Louis Farrakhan, Colin Powell. Barack Obama became the president in 2008. The Black Lives Matter movement, which I think is still a good idea. But soon as Black Lives Matter came into existence, you've seen how people just demonized and try to tear that movement down because they don't want the same thing to happen. Listen, they don't want the same thing to happen when it came to the civil rights movement. A non-violent movement that convinced white Americans to sign into legislation against racial discrimination, against your color, your natural or that was a non-violent movement that convinced white Americans to do the right fucking thing. So whenever you look at Black Lives Matter, which was a non-violent movement with no leadership this time, with no head this time, right? Just messaging. They tried to they tried to tie everything to Black Lives Matter. They tried to say it was Antifa. They tried to say it was George Soros funded. They tried to say all of these things about Black Lives Matter. When that didn't work, then they had to come up with an opposition message, Blue Lives Matter, and all this kind of dumb shit, right? Because they know that we are good at movements, and they know that we are good at messaging, and they know that we are good at protesting, so they tried to pull us apart. And then you got motherfuckers like ABC coming on here speaking against Black Lives Matter. You got Sarge coming on here speaking against Black Lives Matter. You got all these damn coons on YouTube making videos against Black Lives Matter. Because they know historically, just like with the civil rights movement, if we get on message, we can change the goddamn world. And the Black Lives Matter movement was us fucking getting on message, because that was fucking worldwide. A worldwide messaging about Black Lives Matter, and they tore it down. I still support hashtag Black Lives Matter, and I always will. I always will. You had ABC calling, well, it's ran by lesbians and all of this kind of dumb shit. You know, that's what that was. Then you had Colin Kaepernick that took a damn knee and kneeled when the national anthem was played. Just a sign of respect for the damn anthem, which gave us some more insight into that racist ass motherfucking anthem. But they outcasted that man. He lost his job, and he didn't disrespect this country one damn time. But at the same time, you have motherfuckers on January the 6th that disrespected this country by going up into Washington, into the Capitol, shitting in the hallways, burning shit down, tearing shit down, beating police officers. And these motherfuckers get a golden ticket and get pardoned. Colin Kaepernick, a non-violent protester, compared to these violent ass fucking January 6ers. Colin Kaepernick, who got outcasted, lost his fucking job, all this kind of bullshit, blacklisted, talk shit about on the national stage. And these motherfuckers get their fucking freedoms because Colin Kaepernick is a black man or biracial. That's what I was telling you about biracial kids. Compared to these white fucking racists that tore up the goddamn Capitol. And then you had the George Floyd protest. And then you had Kamala Harris, who became the first black vice president of the United States of America. Now, she was black and Indian, but messaging, the propaganda was put in place, so she got the full blunt of their machine whenever it comes to demonizing her, digging into her past, making up fucking conspiracies on her, lying about her sex life, all of this bullshit, and it works. They know what the fuck they're doing. Now, I know I stayed on that a long time, but I wanted to get down to the end of that page because it was interesting to see the history. But just let me touch on real quick because I know I'm running my mouth. I always do this. Trump wants to own the Gaza Strip. Elon Musk has taken control of the national treasury government money. Donald Trump wants to open internment camps at Guantanamo Bay. Donald Trump and Elon Musk shuts down the USAID for helping less fortunate people in different countries. They want to shut down the Department of Education. And you got MAGA Hispanics getting kicked out of this damn country left and right. In Florida, the Venezuelans are they putting them on buses. And these motherfuckers voted for Trump. So there's a lot going on. Donald Trump started a trade war with China, Canada, and Mexico, and it had immediate effect on the stock market. Donald Trump did a federal freeze, and a lot of people have lost their jobs. Donald Trump and Elon Musk got rid of people at the FAA, and that caused plane crashes in this damn country. There was another crash today It wasn't a fatal crash, but it was another. It was two airplanes ran into each other on a runway. And everybody is just bending over backwards and allowing these people to do whatever the fuck they need to do. And that's what I don't understand is that these people got elected, they got nominated to be in these positions of power to defend the Constitution. To defend the Constitution, not capitulate to what the fucking president says. And I'm saying that because as he signed these fucking executive orders, people need to realize that the executive order is not a fucking law unless it's legal. Unless it's legal, then you ain't got no other choice. But if an executive order is illegal, then people need to fight that illegal executive order. Him firing the fucking FBI agents and the inspector generals, that's not his position. That's illegal. They can take that to court. Just because he signs an executive order, that don't mean you follow the goddamn executive order if it's illegal. But I guess that's the way dictators are born. Because when people get in power, people get scared. They don't want to stand up to the powers that be. An illegal executive order is an illegal executive order. He took an oath to support and defend the Constitution, the laws of this land, not get in there and create executive orders against the Constitution. Once he does that, then that shit's illegal. So they can fight that in court. Even though they gave this motherfucker immunity, which is beyond me. But listen, I done said enough. There's a whole lot more I can say. So I'm going to shut up and I'm going to open the line. If y'all want to call into the number at 717-908-1834 and I'll get you on the line. Miss Elisa, what's happening? Welcome to the show. How you doing tonight, sis?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me, Tyrone?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you fine.
Yeah, it seems like every Thursday when I come back, it thinks it's much worse.
Mm-hmm.
But well, I don't know what the sales get ready to say, but I guess we expected that. Maybe we did. I don't know. It's every week that we come back, it's much worse. And it gets every day, you wake up, every day I log into work, and then I look, oh, this is done, that was done, this is there. We're all living in the upside down. But two things I want to go over, then whoever called or whatever, I'm gonna sit back because I'm kind of exhausted from this week, and I'm in the category. Well, I'm moving in the category of I don't give a damn. Like, let me give an example. If I were a federal worker, because I know some that got the letters and stuff. So if I were a federal worker and they offered me a buyout, first people's like, don't, because they telling them, hold strong, don't take the buyout. Don't take. I would have to find out, is this for real? Because it had been reported that they don't have the authority. Congress hasn't, because they hold the purse to give these people no money to buy anything out. They haven't approved any of that. So you take these things, it's a lie. You're not going to have anything. You just done. But if I found out that we could get the money, that then when Congress cuts back his session, and because they still have to do another budget to continue running the government, that some monies that they would all come together, since it's all screwed up, and vote to appropriate the money that you're going to get it, or now that Musk has taken over, excuse me, the entire. Wait a minute. Now that Musk has taken over the entire payment system, hey, he might decide to give it to you. So if I found out that I could I would take it. Yes, I would. I would take it because if I was a federal worker.
You said you
and
would
go
take
sit
it.
my black ass. Yes, I said that's how I'm feeling.
Hmm. I don't know if I would, because the
I
reason I
wouldn't
the
want
reason I
this.
say that is because they don't know if this severance thing is real or not. There's no
I know
they
that's what
go
I
ahead.
just said that they don't know if it's real, and
Mhm.
it's probably not real because Congress hasn't adjudicated any money to pay these people nothing. They haven't done that. Which Trump, now, he can't just write off a pen to do that. That money has not been set aside for Congress to do that. But I said, so it's more than likely not legal. But as I said, if it's, but see, Congress ain't got control of the Treasury anymore. Elon Musk did. So if I could find out that I will get it to take care of me and mine, I said how I'm feeling right now,
Mhm.
I would go ahead and take it. I said that's how I feel. I feel like I would just go ahead and take it. I didn't
Yeah.
say I would. I said that's how I'm feeling right now. And the reason I feel like this, because why should I continue to fight for this here raggedy ass country of ours? That's why. That's how I'm feeling. Maybe it needs to spiral off into the trash. Then everybody, and I mean at that point, everybody get a clue. That's how I'm feeling. Because they say, don't take it, stand and fight. Fight for what? Like the young people say, for what? For what? That's what the young people say. Well, I don't care. That's how I'm feeling. But two things. When you were speaking, I was listening to your breakdown about the timeline of some of the struggle that we went through. That was very good. And one thing that we did a show. We did a show uh, concerning what the part you said about the bus sitting down on Rosa Parks and that whole from that era, the civil rights, and she became the face, you know, for the civil rights there, the bus boycott, and all of that. We did a show because it was one of the Black histories that was going on some years back. We did a show about that. And the young lady's name in question about the light skinned and dark skinned did this. And I'm calling it that because the young lady's name was Claudette Colvin.
Yeah, yeah.
And and yes, she was part of that. She has been documented in history as being a part of that. And as a matter of fact, she's still alive. She's 85 years old, and she was dark skinned. And she was had short hair, and she was young, and she was uh she did sit down on the bus. I'm not going to go in depth into the story because we
Well,
did that night.
no,
And we go
because
ahead. We had,
she should get her place in history and recognition without a doubt,
she
right?
has it. She has
And
it. She has it
and
now. It's been documented.
what people was doing seemed like to me is they were trying to tear down the whole movement, calling it fraudulent,
So they were. Yeah, they
and
were. And I'm about to get to that. Yes, they were trying to tell her that. They were tearing up Miss Rosa Parks. I saw black people ran to YouTube and made videos. And I saw one in particular that was done by a pretty large YouTuber. And they had a family member of Miss Colvin. And I listened to that. It was a disgrace.
Mhm.
And they were tearing up Miss Parks and what she did this and did somebody. And then they was in the sister or the girlfriend or whoever it is of the Miss Colvin, give her respect, was doing all this talking how Rosa, they basically tearing up Rosa Parks, had her tore down so that she was probably no more than a whore. So what's going on? Now when we did the show, it didn't get that bad. And it's as if sometimes and our people jumped on it. They jumped on it. it's a lot of times like our people have a very difficult time nuancing things. Like we don't know how to do that. It's as if you all of that era that went on back then, you're trying to relate it to is we're the new millennium. You know, we have no capabilities, it's just crazy, and it was such a disgrace. And our show had turned into a disgrace. People was calling it, well, it's because Kodak was dark skinned, and Rosa was light skinned, and yeah, it don't take us long to make fools out of ourselves. And the thing is, Claudette Colbert, I bow down. Those people did the thing. Wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to be on the internet and different things to tear them down, to tear Miss Rosa and them people. We wouldn't be here. But what them people? We're doing, but you don't know how. And I remember we were arguing, and you don't know how to use any nuance. The era, church movement, and yes, Miss Colvin was young. She was underage, and they did work with the NAACP as the teens, have their little things that they take part of the things, Rosa Parks. But when it came to that movement, it was a church-led movement. You're gonna go the strategy. Our people don't understand strategy, but we can point finger at other people who don't understand strategy. Miss Parks, her and her husband, they had no children. She worked with them. They were upstanding. I forget what it was. I'm not trying to go through our history. She was this, that. They were above reproach. They had no children. For nobody to drug up, big up, find up somebody. Their son is out here on drugs and all kind of none of that. Above reproach. They could not find nothing. There was nothing above reproach. And yes, her looks were more palatable to America. Jesus Christ. You go with what you got. You go with what you know. Miss Colvin, I bow down to that. She's still alive. So this teenage girl, she was secretly pregnant by somebody else's husband, a minister. You gonna make that the face? Stay home, padlock the door. You ain't getting nowhere with that. Once the press and the mean, evil cracker white people get a hold of that, you ain't moving nowhere. So the church movement supposed to go with that, or they go with somebody who is. They decide they prop Miss Parks up. That's what you do. That's strategy, and they make sure they have nothing that they could find. They have no children. Perfect. You ain't got a son that could go out here and drum trap and use drugs. You don't have a daughter that could do. I just, don't understand. And then the thing is, Miss Colvin, bow down to her. She wasn't the first to have to decide to not sit down on the bus. She wasn't even first either. But when you having a movement, Miss Rosa Parks, who worked with them for years, they knew her. We're going to go with her to make her the face of civil rights. She is more palatable at that time. And y'all trying to act like, she wouldn't be more palatable in the new millennium. New millennium, you know that. But that's enough of that. But that is something that always triggers me. When black people, because they wouldn't want to go with the dark skin, because she was dark skinned, that's how people used to say it back then. That's why I said it that way. Y'all don't know nuance? It's to say that the colorism and thing hasn't changed amongst us in the new millennium. So what are you talking about? But was it so much of a colorism going on back then? Yes. They had gone with Miss Rosa, who was above reproach. They didn't have to worry about nobody dragging up fines and nothing. To put it out or splash across the newspaper, which was to help stop the movement in its tracks. But they wouldn't have been able to get out up the street Once they find out about Miss Colvin, Tank Earl, unmarried, secret pregnancy by somebody's husband, and from the word is, it's not fully documented that he was a preacher too. You, as a matter of fact, you ain't gonna get a bicycle up the sidewalk once that come out. I don't understand why we do not have a little bit more. We're just not good at strategy. We don't understand strategy. You got to use what you got. Yes, it was colorism, but why can't you put your mind to the era, the people, church movement? Why can't you do that? But no, you have people come on and lie and demonize Miss Parks. We tear up everything, Tyrone. It's not just us. It's not all us. They know how you have different things working and just that to get us to tear up our own stuff. They just do. That's why I like Kendrick Lamar's song. They not like us
Yeah.
because the black people, our people, who they jump out there, they get checked, they stupid, they like you said, they're wired a certain way when they born to go against the grain. If that grain is us, you know. So they're not like us. We expect that. Our community is full of them. Yeah, they just not like us. Like we have the people who you be fussing about every week, Sarge and them, they was born on a different patch, someplace at the back of it, as my family used to say, the back of the tobacco farm. They was born back in the dark back there. So you're gonna always have that. You're gonna have people that does that.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing, you talk about like now I got bone to pick with you. That some of us come on here and say that we're not a Democrat. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a Democrat. I've been saying that for years. I am not. I have not been a Democrat. I have not been a Democrat for more, like during my voting when I first started voting. I have not been a Democrat more than I have been. And the reason that I am not, because I do not trust either party. And the reason why I don't trust either party, because I used to be very big into politics. I love politics. Elementary school and this, that, we used to have mock elections like everybody else do. But the reason why, because I saw the cracks in both parties. And I prefer candidates. I do vote more for the Democratic Party because they will throw bones as far as social programs and things like that, the things that our people need. So I tend to vote for them more. But the thing is, both of them uplift the elite, uplift big business, uplift. One just do it a little different and they throw you bone, and the other one they starve you out. But they both kind of, when it comes to that, they both uplift that. That's why I'm neither. You have to hear what's candidate. So I don't think that I don't think that that's part of being a cool, because you didn't say that. I'm just saying because those of us who identify as not being Democrat, as a matter of fact, I don't think anyone should identify as Democrat with the Republican Party being gone. So I don't think anyone should identify as a Democrat or the used to be Republican Party or what we have now, MAGA. I don't think anyone should identify with any. We should pick candidates. We should vote for candidates. That's why I have voted Republican. It depends. You got to be some kind of a Republican for me to vote for you, and I have. I would never. The Republicans are gone now. We have MAGA. And the only reason why I registered as a Democrat, because I wasn't for a while, but the only reason I was registered as independent, because you have to, as most know, it's that primary. I want to be able to take part in the primary. And the reason why I don't care nothing about the Republican primary, only because I live in a blue state. So I don't care nothing about the Republican primaries that take place in my state. because they, that's why, because I live in a blue state. I pay attention to what's going on with the Democrats in my state. I live in a blue state. So I want to be able to sort through and pick through those people and take part in that. That's why. And I felt as though I wasn't being a part of things because I live in a blue state. So go and register as a Democrat. And I think that's so unfair, but I get it why they won't let you do that.
Oh yeah,
So
they
it
only
was in
two
my
parties. They only two parties.
yeah, so that's what they do. So it was in my best interest to go ahead, register as a Democrat, so I could get down into the politics, vote in the primaries when they have the runoff elections, because we got one coming up. We got one coming up in about a couple of weeks. Because since we sent our county executive to the Senate, we're getting a new one. So we got another. So I need to be involved in that kind of stuff. So I went on ahead, I signed the thing back up, and I registered back as a Democrat. But I am not one because I don't trust either party. And I don't think that it's because you didn't say this. A lot of people say, but y'all say y'all. I just don't. Because both parties do the same thing. They're not the same. That's not what I'm saying. They're not the same. But as far as upholding the establishment, one will throw you a bone, one won't. But they're still doing the same thing. They're still taking, because even though, like, I'm going to say Hakeem Jeffries is the head of it, I like what he's trying to do right now. But he took lots of money and kickbacks from the different the Zionist groups and stuff like that. The entire time going along with all them people being killed out there, killed over there doing in Gaza. So that's why it's stuff like that, Tyrone.
I got you.
They were talking about the type of money they get from this.
They two people on the line here. But
Yeah,
I agree.
go ahead, get them.
All right, I'm on.
That's why I got Democrat.
Let me let Sister Ottawa, and then who's this other unknown caller?
What's going on?
What's up, Jay? Sister Ottawa, your line open. How you doing? Oh, are you talking? Are you on mute? Okay, well, I'll leave you line.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. I was on mute. Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good. I was listening to you, Tyrone, and we left out Reverend Jesse Jackson ran for president. We left out the comedian Dick Gregory made an attempt at it as well. What I want to say is that each generation we go through something with those that came before us. We look at what they're doing and we ask questions. Okay, now what have you received from your work that you've put in? And we find that we're always lacking. We're not getting what we want. The one thing that I want to say, and I don't want to come off like an older person trying to tell somebody what to do. That's not my intent at all. But I want to say this, is that we have to use everything that has happened before in the past with our people as learning opportunities. We have to look at how we proceeded, what kind of cohesiveness we have, how do we begin to become more cohesive and be able to build upon that. The millennials today, many of them in my family, my nieces and nephews, they don't, they're upset, they're angry, the baby boomers, they dropped the ball. I'm a baby boomer. The thing is, what we have to do as a people is we have to get our minds right. Now, our minds are not right because we have been working at this, trying to deal with this two-party government, and neither side has benefited us at all. We've looked at other systems of government. You know, we went through studying Mao Zedong, socialism, any number of things. We've tried to come up with a solution to our dilemma here in the United States. And I just want to say we need to do something different. We need to start respecting one another. I don't care if you're the wino on the street. He gets respect. Just you acknowledging him. The homosexual that's black, they catching hell too. All of these different factions of our community, we need to have a mindset that the struggle, the issues that we have in this country, we're all affected by it. Doesn't matter what your persuasion is. You're affected by it. I'm affected by it. Then we need to come together and work on those types of things. In this past election, Black folks seem to have the right idea about who to choose between the two parties that people feel are the only important parties, but they're not. There are other parties that we can participate in. And the reason that they're not on the ballot is because they don't have the numbers backing them. Now, they might be dealing with the issues that we need to deal with. And I know that Cornel West spoke on a number of things that impact our community, not just our community, but other communities. All people are subject to the evil that is in the United States. You know, the prisons are filled with all kinds of people, not just Black people. So the issues that are going on in the prison system, they impact everyone. It impacts our families, you know, outside of the prison system. You know, we think that we're not in prison. We're in prison because our minds are in prison. You know, yeah, you might be able to go out your door, but how far can you go out your neighborhood without running into something? You know, it's a very iffy thing because you might leave your block and run into some issues, not from people that are from your community. So our thing is that we need to get our minds right and understand that we do have power, and the only thing that matters is what you think about yourself. I don't care what nobody say to me. I know who I am, and I know what I need to be doing, and that is helping the next person, showing the next person that you can trust me, you know, I'm with you, and be there. We put people, good people, into politics, but we don't back them up. And they stand out there. It's kind of like being a union steward on your job. And you're taking on the task of fighting for your coworkers, and you get out there and you fighting, and they don't even support you, even if it's the person that, you know, is having the issue. They turn their back on you too. So we need to get our minds right and understand that we have been programmed to hate one another, to hate ourselves, and begin to heal by extending your hand out to the next brother that you come by, greeting them, acknowledging their presence, speaking to them. You know, the outer superficial shit we put on our bodies to look good and to feel better, and all the bullshit that we do ain't worth a damn if your mind ain't right. We got to let the inside of us come out and lead us instead of all this superficial stuff, you know. We can't pretend this. We can't pretend. We can't pretend. We have to have a love for ourselves. Now, we could very easily create a movement because we have so many issues. And if we would just come and be a voice for those people who can't speak, there was a term they used to say, a voice for the voiceless. We have to do that. Now, I know I've got attitude with a lot of people because this past election turned their back on all women, and we did not stick together. And now you see these other groups of people coming out. Well, you know, I'm really disappointed. I wish I could get my vote back. You know, they want to talk to black people, and a lot of folks are saying, "Listen, you're on your own." But the thing that is the most important, and this is what I'm trying to address, is us. What are we going to do with one another? How are we going to be the force that we need to be, which we are? We just not recognizing we're a powerful force. In fact, we're the ones that are on the minds of all these elected officials today and all the shit that they're trying to do. All that's going to come down to us. They might be talking about the transgenders and the immigrants and all of that stuff, but that hits black folks too. Right now, this president is talking about even people who are from another country, from an African country, or might be African people. He's talking about deporting those people who have green cards. So we got to be real with this thing. What we dealing with are the grandchildren of the oppressors, of the colonialists in this country. And they want to survive just like we do. Now, we got to have a code to live by. We need a code. We need a code. So that's my little thing. Y'all have a good morning.
All right, thank you, Sister Ottawa. Jay, New York, what's happening, man?
Yeah, she said a lot of good points. And so did you guys. I see. I agree with a lot of what y'all said. I don't think I don't disagree with any, but what I see is this. I see two things. I see a portion of the Democratic Party that, like you have described, that is just establishment. They're the ones holding the rest of the Democrats back to the potential. I also understand that you need a financial aspect to the Democratic Party as far as donorship, but like they say, what is it? Not every dollar is good or whatever. So, I mean, unless you take some money from somewhere, you're going to turn it into good without any obligations or promises in the sense of doing something bad or negative. But I see that you have a portion. I want to say give respect to those that voted out there for the Democratic Party. This past election, and those that went out there and knocked on doors, all the people that actually put all the components together and was actually doing the work, and got people out there to vote. The issue, I think, is the portion of the party that is just primarily about the money or doesn't allocate the money in the right way, which was spoken of in the last election. That it wasn't a issue of money; it was where the money was being put into, right? So that was an issue, and so I think that you can have all the money, but you got to know where to put it. Advertisement and all those things also play a role into it. I think we got to do a better job in convincing because I'm going to keep saying it. This is all a convincing game. Whether it's the truth or not, I'm coming out there to tell you whatever that is, and I'm trying to convince you to come vote for me versus the other person. So you got to get better doing a better convincing game. This is the Democrats that go there running. Us civilians, we just civilians, but we got to vote. You guys got to convince us to go vote for you, right? So obviously, two things happened with the Republican Party. They was able to convince their amount of people to come out, and they convinced a lot of people not to come out and vote, which was a strategy, and so I would say the portion that didn't vote for whatever different reasons, not one particular reason. A lot of people that didn't vote didn't vote for many reasons, whether they was turned off by both parties, or they didn't feel the other one, but they didn't like that. I mean, it was just a whole bunch of different reasons. But the point is that Democratic Party has to do a better job to getting those people to come out and vote. We need to get people in all aspects of life that's working in these fields. So whether it be technology, you got to get billionaires also, but billionaires with a good cause, or billionaires that want to do the right thing, that want to make money, but also want to help the community, or want to make sure that, they're not getting over on people. They want to make legitimate money. Yes, they want to make their profits, but they're not greedy, and they care about human beings other than themselves and their family. So I think that those pieces will help the Democratic Party get things in order. I see that they're talking about some things that they're doing. There's a strategy. Hey, push for it. But we're here right now. Donald Trump is the president, and now we fighting from the other end, which, again, if all this would have been done the right way and taken care of and organized and mobilized the right way in all angles, then we would not be here. So obviously, as a reflection, as I said in the first time, the first week of the when the inauguration or the election came, and we found out Donald Trump won. We had to pull out the realities of what was the faults and what needs to be improved. So I'm going to reiterate that for the record, and it is what it is. I see a lot of pushback. So that's the other portion that I was saying. There is a portion, those that are still holding the line, those that didn't give up, didn't retire, resign, and get scared and say, you know what, I'm giving this shit up. They stood there, respect to the squad and all those women out there that are actually holding down the fort there, and all those men that didn't cower and run in the Democratic Party or didn't fall into the money portion of things and get swallowed up by the corporation guys. So respect to them, because if we would not have at least them, that small portion that exists, then we will be in bigger trouble than what we are. And then there's no guardrails. So there is some guardrails. They holding it. Is a small portion, but there is some pushback. And he's not going to be able to get everything that he wants to get done. That's negative. So you see that, the system to a certain extreme is working, also to a certain extent. You see judges pushing back. People probably thought that, say, oh, man, once he's in, he got control of everything. No, he doesn't. You don't got control of everything. You got people in there that are fighting back. You got lawsuits. You got judges that saying, no. Yeah, they might even be people that are Republican or whatever, and they say, no, we're going to uphold the law. Because remember, they say this in the street organizations, the gangs. You're not bigger than the program, which means that a gang member that becomes a leader or somebody in a high position is not bigger than the whole organization. He will get toppled. He will get demolished. They will remove him by any means necessary. So what I'm saying in his case is that this United States of America functions like a human being, like a government. Like the government is a human being or a person that puts these rules, but people implement them and follow these rules that have been put by these people, the founders or whatever you want to call them. But it acts like a human being in a sense of when they say, "Oh, the government." Well, yes, it's components that control the government. But guess what? One thing this government is you're not gonna be bigger than the government. I don't care how much confidence you got in this president or anybody else. You're not gonna. I do believe that this country is not gonna let this man take over and make it like Russia. None of that. There's pushback. There's, as dysfunctional as this country is in many ways, there's a portion of white America that is not gonna let that happen. It might be even in his own party. I'm just saying. I'll leave it there.
Jay, why you say that when it's already happening? Listen, the reason I say it's already happening is because you got a non-elected person that nobody voted for that is taking control of the Treasury of the United States of America.
Okay.
So I mean, you can't get no more Russian than that when Elon is.
Well, I mean, could have if Joe Biden had the power, he had the right amount of people in his cabinet, had the Republicans, Democrats in the House of Republicans, the right amount, and he does that. Could anybody push back but talk shit, or could have they made a move in a sense if he got everybody on board? That's
no,
my
they
question
can push back. They can push back.
Right, but only if they agree to push back, right?
Right. So what I'm saying, if you flip it the other way, is that now that Trump is doing that, nobody is pushing back.
Right. Well, I guess in that department or in that sector, there's nobody to push back. But you see what's going on in the court.
That's one thing. Now here's another thing that Elon Musk did was he took control of the U.S. USAID, and that is to give money throughout the world for countries that are less fortunate, like South Africa where he came from, and they ain't nobody saying shit about him.
Wait, didn't they pause that? They just paused that. No, didn't they pause that?
When did they? I'm gonna look it up because last thing I know is they stopped the damn funding for the USAID.
There's something that they've been pushing back. There's something that's been paused there. There's been paused, if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, I know that with the feds, the FBI thing, that's been pushed back. I think maybe that was today. But I get what you're saying, that there's certain areas that he's able to kind of maneuver and do what he wants, but I don't think he's going to be able to do everything he wants to do. And I think that even Elon Musk, man, it might not happen now, and it might be some damage done. But I believe that if he does all this stuff, right, it's being documented. And so Donald Trump is going to have to leave office at some point after the 4 years. And if the Democrats grab whatever they need to grab as far as positions, I think that there's going to be a lot of indictments coming down. And so I don't think as much as again, if he's in that wiggle room space that Donald Trump has gave him permission and there's nothing to stop that, there's certain areas that that he probably won't be able to stop. But if he's doing something illegal that can be taken care of later on or looked at later on and say, yeah, that was a crime, he wasn't supposed to do that, maybe Donald Trump don't pay for it, but the people involved will. I don't see this just gonna be a clean do whatever you want.
They've already given it to him. They're giving him immunity, right? So everything that he does in the office, whether legal or not, the Supreme Court said that we can't tell that president of the United States that you're breaking the law because he's doing it within the course of his job. He already got that protection.
So that's into now. Can they bring that up later on when he's not president?
Well, that how did they write that thing? They wrote it in such a way that they protected Donald Trump only, where he got immunity.
Yeah, they protected him, but Tyrone, I agree with Jay on a lot of this. He wasn't given overall across the board immunity for everything. I do agree with Jay on this. Now, how much now
He gets away with.
how much wiggle room they're gonna be able to
Right,
do
right.
a lot of damage. Let's don't get that
Mhm,
twisted. They're doing the damage. Let's don't
mhm.
get that twisted. Elon Musk is though seems like he up in there running completely wild and ragged. But one thing, a lot of this is fear tactics. A lot of it is fear. As people should be afraid, but a lot of this is do one thing with the right hand while you're doing something else with the left. A lot of this is also about the biggest theft known in the biggest uh, theft of the United States Treasury of this country ever and probably will ever be seen again. This is also about theft too. They intend to fleece the hell out of this country. It's about that too. So you got a lot of different things going on right now. But yes, and I agree with Jay, a lot of things Trump cannot do. And everybody's like, oh my God, to keep the people off their feet. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He signed this today. And then every day, well, then that was halted. Then they do this day. Then you find out judges, because there's a lot of judges, all federal judges all over the place. And you got to remember, before Biden left, one strategy, the amount of federal judges, and this is the part that I hate, a lot of them were black women, but a lot of federal judges, because I'm tired of black women always having to, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. All these federal judges that were placed all across, because he knew y'all gonna need it. You're gonna need them. Every day you hear the, oh my God, they twisting that. Like he said, we're gonna just take Gaza. No, we're not. We're going to own Gaza. No, we're not. That's not happening. But it's, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Every day is that. That's a strategy that they're doing. What's that? The one that don't like to wash with the dirty hair, Bannon. Um, they told us that a couple of years ago. You flooded. Project 2025. The people who wrote that, you flooded. We're not taking Gaza. I saw some Republican but even some Republican senators in the House, they had to come out and say that because that food put a target on the back of every American. We got all them bases and stuff all over in different parts of that part of the world and some of these Arab countries and stuff like that. You said they put a target on all of even Netanyahu was almost knocked down by what was saying.
But he eventually agreed with Trump. Did you see that?
No, he didn't. Listen to what he said. No, he's the greatest. That's what they want. Yes, that is what Israel, that's their ultimate goal. That's what they obliterated that damn place. But when he came out, it was his turn to speak, and Trump stood back. He said that, yes. He said, well, the president of the United States, he made sure to get that out there. The ain't of the president of the United States has different plans than what we had. And I think that it's worth listening to, and I think it's worth consideration because the United States and the president, they have a different plan and a different, he kept saying that they let you know, this their plan, not ours. Even though that's their plan, you don't come out and tell the world that. You have to listen to everything that's said and how it's being said. And like some of the, I was actually surprised that Ron Paul came out and said, we're not taking Gaza. We're not going to own Gaza. I mean, that's absolutely insane. And it went on to talking about something else. That's not happening. It's not going to happen. Yeah, that's what Israel wants. But you don't put the gas to the pedal. You don't put the pedal to the metal like that. Give it that much gas, Tyrone. You don't. You don't give it that kind of gas. It just put a target on all your people's backs and all the bases and stuff all throughout Saudi and all throughout all Jordan. You don't do that. That's what he did. So you can see the cracks. You got people trying to pull off a last ditch effort for white fragility. You got them, they go full pedal to the metal. But it's rackety. And even though they had the people from working on Project 2025 that we see right now, they've been working on this for decades. And they have it all set up. And people go back and look, see how they set that thing up. They had a lot of people, the youth of America, white youth of America, to get them all so they could go in and get these jobs, federal jobs, to take them away to record. But the thing is, then you have other people, got different agendas going on. You got the Project 2025 people, you got Elon Musk, he got his agenda. You just got the stupid those that's rah white power. You got a whole multitude of things going on. And Trump, they using Trump as the vehicle, and Trump has aged since the election because he know this time he's in over his head. But he's also extremely dumb. Yeah, a lot of bad is happening. A lot of bad is happening. But this is fear tactics. And I want you guys to hear something. And this is what our people is going through. And this is why I get angry at our people who go along with this MAGA, go along with this foolishness. Because this is the stuff that you're doing to our people. This is very important. What I'm getting ready. Hopefully, I can pull it up real quick. Oh, here we go. Okay. Federal health workers. Most of them that work in the health part of the federal government. Most of them are Black. Fear for safety after personnel info exposed on DEI watch list website. Y'all, this is what our people, that's why I'm angry with, anyway. Federal health workers, most of them are Black, fear for the safety after personnel info exposed on DEI watch list website. Health workers are voicing fear and outrage at the disturbing website called DEI watch list surfaced and published the photos, names, and personal information of employees across the various health agencies. The site labeled these individuals as targets for their involvement in diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as for activities like donating to the Democratic causes or using pronouns in their bios. While it's unclear exactly when the website first appeared, its impact has been immediate and alarming. The list predominantly features Black employees from the agencies within the Department of Health and Human Services. The site has quickly spread across private work. I'm going to stop right there. This is what's being done to our people, the people I claim. This is what's being done. That's why I was saying I feel like if I got the offer, screw it. That's how I feel. That's not saying what I would do, but that's how I feel. This is what our people are going through. And this is the kind of stuff that we knew our people was going to be targeted at and what's going on. And they don't deserve this. It's this, this is the kind of stuff I can't even put my words together. Because you're doing this to my people. My people. And this is clown car shit right here. You got me cursing. Because you're doing this to my people. All of these things that they're saying that they're going to do, they're trying that they're going to do, they're not going to be to do all of them. These types of tactics, if you know history, you study history, they always fall. They never prevail. They always end up, and people keep saying they got 2 years to do it. That's why it's the rush. That's why the rush is on. And then I look at Trump making jokes when he's giving speeches and stuff. Well, some old rich people, because see, he's taunting. That's the thing that makes me angry. He's taunting. And his people are so built up with so much fear right now. He's taunting. Well, he told that the Richie Rich Sinner might run for a third term. Yeah, this might be 3 terms. And you got people thought it's still with a lot of people ain't gonna make it out of this, and a lot of people have already years have been shaved off their life because of what's going on, because they're worried about their income, their family, and things like that. And he's taunting. And you talking about, I don't know how long Donald Trump is, a white man? First of all, he ain't, let me stop because this is Google, because I was getting ready to say something. But yes, we got to take this stuff seriously, but Jay is right. The pushback is real. The pushback is real. So it looks like they running with it and it's going to be easy. That's what it looks like. That's what it feels like. And Tyrone, that's what it's supposed to appear like. But you got to look at the cracks. And I think that's what Jay was talking about. That's all I got.
Y'all got more confidence in these people than I do. I don't have no confidence that they're going to stand up to Donald Trump. I've already seen too many people fold. And there's pushback. I seen Jasmine Crockett and Elizabeth Warren out there. I seen them people pushing back, but I mean, they're not stopping him. There is no stopping this. They're not stopping him. Some of the judges has ruled against him. They ruled against him on this one last thing. I forgot what it was, but Trump saying that he gonna go ahead and do it any damn way. I forgot what it was, but they ruled against him on something, and I don't know. I know it's just not going to be
8,000 people. They said shipped out so far 8,000 people, right? And out of the 8,000, 427 had to come back. So obviously they ain't doing their homework. I mean, obviously. So
yeah, okay. So yeah, he shipped some people out and they had to come back, huh?
Right. Well, 400. I mean, there's not 20, 30 people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know they shipped out 8,000. 7,000 something is gonna be out there, but damn, to ship out 400 by accident or, for whatever reason, because y'all ain't do your homework, shows that they ain't even doing their shit, and then they had to return them. They had to come right back. So I'm just saying that's costing money. All these things that he's doing is supposed to be, saving money, and it's costing money. I mean, if you look at everything.
Costing them more money. Yeah. Yes. As somebody who I do not follow anymore, Yvette Cardell, I watched her show the other night just to see where they at. Because you got to see where all sides are at. Her whole show, I suggest you watch it, Tyrone. Her whole show, I don't follow them anymore. She was talking about the immigration part. And some things that she brought up, I went and I researched it myself. They lying about the numbers. You got to follow the numbers.
They lying about what numbers?
The amount of people that they're actually deporting and rounding up.
Oh yeah. I seen something on that the other day.
And then also it explains why Dr. Phil was paid to get on board, because he's turned it into a reality show for the dumb bump kids and get ready to curse and bum rat ass America. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he looked at a fool, turn it into it's a lot of that is theater.
Yeah, I can see that that deportation is a sleight of hand. But what they really want is that money. So we need to watch what he's doing as far as the money in this country, because they really trying to steal the coffers. Who's this unknown caller?
This is a fleece. This is one big fleece going on before they all get caught up. That's what you got to remember that.
Who line did I open?
Hey, what's going on, Tyrone?
Hey, what's up, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it my turn? Or?
Yeah. Go ahead. You know how I do.
Yeah. It's interesting that most people have no idea, what USAID does. And I'm looking at Sarge, cackle on in the chat room. He really doesn't understand it either. So, okay, when America projects its presence abroad, it does it two ways. One is with the military, but the other is with civilian programs, and those civilian programs are run through USAID. So, Sarge is sitting there listening off all these what he considers bullshit programs, but a lot of those programs are put in place to keep an American presence in some of these countries, and the reason that they keep an American presence there is to keep China at bay. You don't always keep China at bay with weapons or with bullets and guns. You keep them at bay with
Yeah.
programs, and so an American presence in many of these places that he's looking at is a strategic thing as opposed to, you know, uh, I guess you could say BS. Sometimes they do things just to keep an American flag flying and an American presence to the people in those countries. But there are a lot of countries that does help, particularly in Africa, a lot of civil programs, stuff like that, agricultural, particularly agricultural programs and environmental programs. But the kicker is this: as an agency that doesn't do military stuff, the government doesn't own factories. They don't own any means of production. They just own money. And so when the government needs to do something, they contract it out to other companies to do the work on their behalf. And in the case of USAID, a lot of those companies are black owned. And by canceling that whole department and in the programs that are in place, you're basically putting a big dent in black business. If you own a business and you're gonna, have your service or product marketed through the government, that's the agency that controls it and controls the purse strings. So what a lot of people are not realizing is, you know, this is a blow to black business, and I mean, I can't even begin to express to you how big a blow this is to black business, and I don't know if we'll ever really recover from it because, you know, government contracting is one of the most profitable ways for black businesses to grow. Not your mom and pop
Mhm.
serving soul food on the corner, not any of that other stuff. That's the commercial retail end of things. And yes, there are successful black retail businesses, but nowhere near what they are in terms of government contracting. And a lot of them are names you've never heard of, but when it comes down to tallying up, our footprint in the GDP, these are the companies that are basically, contribute to that. And I'll give you a couple of the names: Ranger Land Systems, Medical Place, Lazarus Energy Holdings, Apogee Engineering, on and on. There's a whole bunch of them, and you can look them up and see for yourself what these companies are and where they're doing work, and you know what they're in danger of losing in terms of contracts. So, I think the attack on people of color is on the surface, you know, the kind of stuff Donald Trump is doing, but it's also subtly by canceling these contracts that are making black-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses and businesses of color shrink. So there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of moving parts to this thing here, and keep an eye on it. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. He
Well,
telling
yeah,
he telling nothing but the truth.
it's a full straight up attack on black people in this country, and the way that they're doing it, I mean, it started a long time ago. Whenever they started with the woke and the Black Lives Matter and the banning of the books and all of this, what was that thing that they said that they was teaching in college, that they was teaching in elementary school, whatever that was, all of that critical race
Race
theory.
theory.
Yeah, that it started with that, and then now that they're in office, they are blatantly saying it. Really, whenever you heard them say that they're gonna fire so many federal workers, I know from knowing how our people work that black people work for the damn government. They won't talk about getting rid of
Mhm.
white people. they were talking about getting rid of black jobs. And then
Yep.
whenever these companies jumped on board, like Target and Walmart, saying that they were going to roll back DEI, I mean, that's just a straight up attack. And then he made it clearly obvious to me when those plane crashes happened, and the first thing out of that motherfucker mouth was the plane crash because of DEI. Whenever you
Oh,
say DEI in this country, you're not talking about white people. They're not talking about white people whenever they say DEI, because it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they don't think that they're either part of diversity, equity, or inclusion. They just think that they are the status quo. So they just making a straight up attack on black people in this country. They're rolling back civil
mm,
rights. They're it's just really all of the stuff that we talked about tonight, as far as Black history. They're trying to roll all of that back, and unless they blatantly say it, I don't think people are going to realize that they're trying to undo the Martin Luther King civil rights movement. They're trying to undo the 14th Amendment with this birthright citizenship bullshit. They're trying to undo every accomplishment that Black America's made in this country. So it's clear to me what they're doing.
uh, can I add something else here, Tyrone?
Go ahead.
I said this the other night, but Sarge ran off the phone, like the scared little girl he was. But basically, the richest states in the Union, the two richest ones, California and New York, followed by, I think it's Massachusetts, Virginia, and I forgot, not Connecticut, I forgot the other ones. But
Maryland.
yeah, Maryland, yeah. But the richest states in the country are also the most diverse. So when you break it down, the whitest states in the country are the poorest states in the country. All right? Let me break that down and say it again very slowly for the people in the cheap seats. The most diverse states in the country are the richest states in the country.
Uh-huh.
The whitest states in the country are the poorest states in the country. But we can take it down even further. The revenue that's generated by Atlanta now, Metro Atlanta, is more than the counties surrounding it. Right? The revenue generated by Atlanta is more than the counties surrounding it added up. So, the most diverse city in Georgia is also the biggest money generator in Georgia. So anywhere that you have diversity, you also have profits and prosperity. So
Well,
this is
I think
the
I think that it.
solo. Let me
Go ahead. Go ahead.
let me dot the I for you. What you're seeing now, though, is you look at the little fine print in a lot of this legislation, is Donald Trump is trying to redistribute the wealth of this country from diverse areas to poor white areas.
Yeah.
He's trying
There
to
you
move.
go.
Yeah,
There you go.
he's trying to move, to those areas, because those are the guys that, of course, fully support him. Those are the MAGA folks in those Iowa, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, those poor ass places like that. So a lot of the legislation that he's putting in has little fine print, that pretty much gives favor to those poor states. And he's trying to basically, redistribute wealth in America. It's not going to go very well.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. But I mean, it is clear, and that's why I was talking about the NAACP. Now, I got all respect for the NAACP. I know they catch a lot of flack, but I think that organizations like that need to be at the front lines right now, and I think that they need to be out there on every broadcast system, every YouTube channel. The representatives needed the Congressional Black Caucus need to be out there, and they need to be pushing back against this stuff hard. And I don't see that yet. Now maybe it's coming, but clearly that there's attack on black people in this country, and they've mixed up the whole transgender and people of color into black people. But this is directly an attack on black people. All of that other shit with the people of color, yeah, they getting hurt. But this is what this is. This country is just trying to roll back uh, access and resources.
Yeah, Tyrone, but one of the reasons why they trying to, yeah, we are the target, yes. We're always the ultimate target, but it's not just us. this time because of these other. It's not just us this time. The other groups were able to use what we did and build what we were able to do and build upon it and get a little something going. But they're trying to hurt them too. Don't put the whole target on our back because it's not just about us. The trans community, the LGBTQ plus, well, they done left off some of the IA community, and we'll just speak on the teens. It was a perfect target because that's why when we be over here and I see black people with the homophobia, the transphobia, the whatever of the phobias, y'all need to try to pull up from some of that because that's going to be used to miss what the one hand doing this and the other hand behind the back doing something. While they got y'all all caught up in the hate against these people, they're going to use that to sling like a boomerang effect back on your behind. That's what's happening here with the trans and this and that. That's why honestly, I didn't want to say this because I try to be ally in learning to everybody, that the Democratic Party, when they were trying to do their thing and having their convention and doing their rallies, keep the LGBTQ plus IA, keep that, speak on them. Yeah, because they have to be seen. But kind of, put that, because that enrages a lot of people. And the only reason I say that, because it's strategy.
Well,
strategy.
It does.
Y'all, you see what I said? That enrages those the thumpers and the people. So just kind of don't shine no light. Don't have no whole bunch of trans people. And I know people will get upset me saying this. Up at the speaking, up on the podium, don't shine. And they did that. They didn't shine too big a light. So they was using some strategy up in there. Because look where we are right now. Because they lost, they done kicked it. They just call it the LG, what is it, the LGB? They done kick the rest of the alphabet off. And I see liberal people that I know are saying, well, I don't mind that part. I don't mind this. I don't know. You don't sit back and you allow, because like in their community, they having problems getting a passport. And some of them, I was watching some of the videos because you got to keep up with what's going on. Some of them, they speaking out, and they would say, well, then okay, I'll do the passport with the sex I was born. Yes, I'm a woman, but I just want a passport. Some of them are trying to flee. I just, okay, you want to put male on it, that's how I was born. Okay. They still won't give it to them. We got a problem when they are denying passports to American citizens. Even when they relent, okay, forget what I had it changed on my driver's license. I had it legally changed. I, as a woman now. But okay, just let me have it with the mail. I'll go along with what you say. And then they're not giving it to them. We got a problem. Don't cheer that on. Don't, no, because you're going to have a boomerang effect. You cannot cheer that on. That's what I was going to say with the LGBT. As I don't like to see black people, our community, when you rail against that, you don't have to be an ally. Don't go along with that. Don't champion that. Don't champion any of that. Because especially like the trans community is small. Oh my God. And in the big scheme of things, they don't care about that. Not what they're really after. They're just using them to help to get you, to help them to do that against you. And I don't understand why people don't get that. It's some good strategy though. I love seeing strategy that works. You use this small little, like with the sports and with the guy that was up there testifying up in the Congress. They said how many people with the NAA, the women, the national, the NWA, whatever it is. And he said some 500 some thousand. And then they asked him how many are on the thing such and such as trans. Women in the women's sports. We're talking about the women's sports now. How many? 10, 10 out of 500 some thousand. You got everybody concentrating on that 10. That's how they get. It's smart strategy,
Lisa, yeah. I think we need to consult. I think we need to consult our resident gay expert ABC for the statistics for this stuff. I think our resident gay expert, will provide a more grounded commentary for you regarding this stuff. I'm just saying.
No, I agree with Elisa. Is that they shouldn't have made that. They shouldn't have made that like just as important as everything else in the campaign, because every time Kamala Harris would open her rally, one of her little talking points was, what was it? I believe you have a right to love who you want to love, or some shit like that. And then that was pandering. That was pandering to the trans community and all that kind of stuff. That shouldn't even been in there. Listen, trans people, listen. You are supported by the Democrats. What you don't need to do is try to take over Democrat messaging and have that part of the damn platform. Because if the Democrats win, you're going to get what the hell you want any damn way. That's just what it is. So it turns people off. I'm just telling you what it is. It turns people off.
It do. Yes, Tyrone, yes.
Well, I'll tell you, it's interesting because I just took a train ride across the country. Just for my own education, and we went from Chicago to Seattle and took the northern route up through North Dakota and Montana and all that. And very interesting, the people that you meet and the things that you see along the way. And I advise anybody take the trip. It's America, if nothing else, is a very gorgeous country, but it also lets you understand exactly what you're dealing with in terms of the Trumper mindset. And we were passing through, I think it was North Dakota or Idaho. I can't remember which state, but one of those states has only one Amtrak stop in the whole state. Now think about that for a minute. All right. Here in the East Coast, you can go all through New York or New Jersey, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, by rail. But when you start going out to those other places like that, the infrastructure is not there. They are not built out like they are on the East Coast. They're very rural, and I mean extremely rural and very isolated. I was looking out the window. I had a room on the train, and you look out the window and you pass through these little, I don't want to even call them a village. It'll be a cluster of maybe 5, 6, 7 houses, and that's it. Not a gas station, not a store, nothing for miles. And so these isolated rural communities, are those red areas. When you look at an election map, those are those deep red areas. Everybody's like, those areas are red. Yeah, but there's a reason why, And so those are basically the poor white trash areas of America. And these are the people that support Trump because they see Trump through TV. They don't know Trump. They see The Apprentice. They watch wrestling. Not that I'm knocking wrestling fans, but I think most people know wrestling is not real. It's a show. But when you get out in these areas where they're so isolated, these things become gospel. And so they see the world through that box, that idiot box of TV, rather than seeing it for what it really is. So they believe in Fox News propaganda. They believe, like Sergeant, they're burning down these cities. There ain't no cities that burn down, but that's what they say on Fox News, and these people believe that. They believe that these places, crime is everywhere and blah, 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 because that's what they see through their TV. They're isolated and ignorant, and that's all that they know. And so I'm having conversations with people, and when you talk to folks from these areas, it's sometimes hard to have a conversation because it's hard to establish a frame of reference that's common to both of us. I didn't grow up in a rural community, isolated community. I grew up in New York City. I've lived all over, but it's hard to, to establish a neutral ground so that we can talk on, about. And I was explaining, we were talking about coffee, and I was explaining to a guy, I get coffee from a bodega, and he didn't know what a bodega was. And so, it's like, man, now I got to explain what a bodega is. But so in trying to find common ground, you get a little understanding into their mindset. And trust me, you know, they truly believe, these stuff that Trump says. They truly believe it. Even in spite of all the evidence to the contrary. And it's mind blowing, man. It's really mind blowing the amount of mind control he has over these folks. I mean, you see it in SARS, you see it in Mr. Solutions, you know, that's their reality. They've surrounded themselves with a deeply layered fantasy and reject the reality because it doesn't agree with the fantasy. And I don't know how we're going to have to deal with that, if we deal with it at all. Maybe we just isolate them, ignore them, and just let them enjoy their fantasy and just keep on going with the fight. I don't know, man. But like I said, it was a mind blowing experience. I recommend it to everybody.
I agree with you. And Joe, it's a bunch of them too. That's what people don't realize. It's a bunch of them, and people don't realize that. Crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a bunch of them. Yeah,
A bunch of
you
who you
know,
talking about? MAGA, Black MAGA? Is that who y'all talking about?
no, just
No,
mega
the people
people, man.
he.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a
just
bunch
mega
of them.
people. But they, yeah, I understand it a lot better now, having seen what I've seen and talked to who I talk to. These folks really, truly come from isolated communities, man. They're not in touch with, you know, 2025 as we know it. They go to these rural areas. I mean, literally, I remember crossing over in Montana. No, I'm sorry, North Dakota, and you see like four or five houses, and then nothing for miles. It's flat. The country's absolutely flat there. Not a bush, not a tree. Just miles and miles of farmland. And when you grow up in an area like that, you know, the world that you know, other than your immediate little area, is what you see in TV and movies. And so, if you can control that image, if you can control the media, then you could basically project any image you want. And like it or not, Trump and his ilk are able to successfully control imagery a lot better than Democrats. And if Democrats are going to win, they're going to have to get better at it. You know, they're doing little bits and pieces of it now, but they got a long way to go. And luckily, we have independent media via the internet, but it's not big enough, and it's not as widely known, unfortunately. But it's going to take work, man.
I agree. People need to get out and see America, and then you will get. Because some parts of America actually, right out there where Joe is from, blew my mind. Oh my God, Buffalo, New York. I just was like, are we still in New York? There's pockets of this country, there's pockets of you like people who live, and then you go out west, middle America, you would just be blown away. And yes, the people, and yes, the people in my own little state of Maryland. Oh my God, you go out to the eastern shore. You like where them people tease, how those people existing. Because see, I don't live there. How they existing, one part of the state, the average house price, the average home price is and it's not even much of a home. It's damn near half a million. That's starters. But them people out there, their average house price is like 60,000. It's just people need to see America. You need to see your own state. Even if you're not going to travel America, you need to see your own state to see how people live. And then you wonder how people liked it. You will no longer wonder how. The Tyrone Jab at South Carolina, you see foolishness The moment you drive all the way through, I can do that. I can say that about your state because both my parents are from there. But people need to see their own state. Travel your own state. Start with that. I would suggest that because it's just a fickle. It's just fickle. Your own state. You see that what Joe was talking about in your own state. They don't have the subway, and they ain't putting none out there for them white folks. They don't have the subway. They don't have the metro, the different things that we have out here. They don't have. I mean, they have in our end of the state. A lot of them will be shocked at how the rest of the Marylanders are living on one side. They're not putting no subway out there for them.
You got to
They're not.
hitchhike. They still hitchhike.
Yeah, they're not putting nothing out there for them. They're not doing it. They're not doing that for them out there. And you would be surprised how some of the people in your state is living. Just travel your own state. Start with that. And Jay, you from New York? You familiar with Buffalo? I was shocked at how Buffalo looks. Are you familiar with them up there near the border?
Oh, yeah. Albany. I've been out there. I've been to Ithaca, Niagara Falls. That shit is. I mean, when you go outside of like the main areas. It looks like you're going back in time. I mean, they got some beautiful stuff too, but there's areas where it looks like time.
It just looks different. Like you done froze back in the 20s, 30s, 40s. Yeah, like that. We still in New York, you know.
There's old houses from back in the 1920s and all type of stuff. So I mean, like you can see it, and then you see that they haven't upgraded for whatever reason.
Nothing.
And then you go across America, like you said, you could. I think Joe just said that.
It's wild.
See, it's beautiful. There's a lot of land, and then there's a lot of places that's just there. It's just there. It looks like going back in time. Some of it you can look at it as nostalgia, it's vintage.
Yeah.
But some of it is like, okay, we could rebuild this, or we can try to fix it, and because ain't nobody living there. Like those towns that we talk about, ghost towns. They should have made all the illegal immigrants build up those cities, but all towns.
Yeah.
I don't want to say cities because they ain't no damn cities. They towns and villages.
Well, that's a good idea. That's a good plan for immigrants, to be honest with you, but it's going to take some money.
I hadn't thought about that. That sounds good.
Man, the solutions, I mean, with his so-called expertise, he took in account of that. And, and even Mr. Sarge, was surprisingly, but they understood it's like, if this is done organized, all this mass mayhem is almost like, they're getting overwhelmed. Well, guess what? There's plenty of space in middle of America where it's not inconveniencing no white folks. The white folks ain't even living in those towns. Let them rebuild it. Teach them how to build stuff. Let them build up everything, infrastructure, and then let them build the white folks' houses and rebuild them too. So they'll be happy. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it could be done. They can build the economy or infrastructure. They could self-sustain, but also it could be their own town. But what happens? It contributes to the economy of the city, the state, and the country of the United States.
Yes. Because there's so much erosion that has gone on. They could do something about that.
It's up to them. They can make it messy or they can make it easier. I mean, you could think about it. It doesn't have to be this messy.
It does.
It doesn't have to. It's costing more money to ship on a plane. Who's paying for them planes? Who's paying for the gas? Who's paying for the manpower to go over there to take these people and transport them? Again, aside from the people that need to go out, we're not talking about the ones that need to go out. There's people that need to go out, right? But we're talking about the people that got to be shipped back, or that they didn't do the paperwork right, and now they got to be on a plane back.
Yeah, and like all the Venezuelans that he revoked all their things. Now they was here, so a lot of them was here legally. Get them, send like people like that. If they can build or this, that, they send them out there to do that.
No,
I
they
mean,
got to
that would
go.
so help.
They voted to get
Well,
kicked
I
out.
agree with you.
They voted to
I
get
agree.
kicked out of the country. I got a song for them. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, nah, nah,
Yeah,
nah.
Hey, goodbye. Damn, that's wild.
They got to go.
Now, well, for the ones that voted, for him, and the family members that did vote, and now they have family members affected. This is what it is. I'm not gonna poke fun, but I'm just gonna say that this is the result. And again, it's not a non-disclosure, or it's not a thing where you're immune. You're not to it. They'll ship your ass out too. We gotta be careful.
and what I'm
They
gonna
will
hate to
ship your
see,
ass out too if you've been here for years and you wasn't born here. So be careful.
what I'm gonna hate to see is him grabbing the Haitians and black
yeah,
people.
I'm gonna hate that.
I don't
I
I don't
hate that. I'm
want to
gonna
see
hate
that.
that. That's gonna break my spirit. The
Yeah.
Haitians, because they're here legally. But I don't care. I'm looking forward to the Cubans because they revoking theirs. I'm looking forward to that. You're right. The Venezuelans, and I hate. Like I said, I'm scared to fly. So I hope it don't. With all this flying, I'm not scared to fly. But with all these planes and this right here, I'm intimidated to fly right now. I don't think I'm going to
Well,
fly
I
anywhere
wouldn't
right
get on a
now.
plane right now either because him and Elon Musk
Not right now.
they gutting the FAA and
Yeah, so
they low on
I'm getting on
manpower.
no plane.
They fired a bunch of
Yes, I
people.
wouldn't get on a plane.
So we're
Well,
gonna
don't get.
have
I just
idiots
advise
controlling
anybody
the
don't
FAA.
don't get on no plane right now. I just
Yeah,
wouldn't.
how can we go
But
through decades?
I would take a chance, Tyrone, if
Mhm.
they was to start moving people out in Dearborn, Michigan.
You have to go
I'm
up there.
going.
Yeah,
I'm
see,
gonna
and
have
those
to
people,
go.
uh, they got what they asked for. That they did, And you couldn't ask for no better advocate than Black Americans for your cause. And Black Americans was 10 toes down
Was
trying to defend these
advocating.
people. Yeah.
Yes, but I'm going. I'm just gonna. I'll have to bite a bullet, take take a little drink or something, some Benadryl. I'm headed to Dearborn if they have a mass roundup. I mean that because them people called me. They called me personally. Some of them who we was involved in with the fight online and this and that, the organizing and stuff from Gaza. They called me a genocide, a baby killer sympathizer. You know what? F you, not the people. My heart is still with the people on the ground. But and that hurt my spirit. Yeah, I was done with it. That hurt my spirit. My heart is still with the people. And then to find out, like they do all that talking, and there's certain ones that I don't follow any of their movements. They trying to change the ones up there in Dearborn and the Muslims. They trying a lot of them start getting rid of all that stuff. They were railing against Kamala, and all of they trying to change that. They didn't do that. Oh, and then I've been searching to find out this information. What were the people on the ground there in Gaza when you all were coming up with this strategy to hold the vote, don't the vote? And some of y'all went straight and voted for Trump, and they sent a delegation down there with these people, and the people's like, they lying to you. What were the people on the ground in Gaza? And you can't say that. Yeah, you can reach them because I just saw some people from Gaza today on some type of cell phone gift, so they can get out information. They can.
Yeah, I
What were
mean
they saying?
those Palestinians is
How
in a
did they feel about it? But
they in
I'm
a
finding out more. I'm finding out more information that the people who's actually on the ground in Gaza, because that hurt me so when I was called a sympathizer for a baby killer.
uh-huh.
I'm seeing more information coming out that the people on the ground in Gaza, they were not consulted before they came up with this whole vote strategy. They were hoping that Kamala would win the election.
Well, that makes sense
Now
because they're
that
right in
hurts
the
my
middle of it.
spirit. But then you had the ones here, them dear Paul, whatever that would be called, at different parts of the country that went heavy. I mean, Trump won their district. He was the first Republican to win their district since how many of a decade or so ago, Republican. You did this to your people. And I said, I got to find out, were they at the table? Because even though they're dead, they could still be at the table. What was their input on this? What was their? My strategy would have been, y'all do what you need to do so I don't lose all. If I got 5 children, y'all, and 3 or 4 of them dead, y'all do whatever you can do so I don't lose them all. That's my strategy. And if Kamala is what we need to go, let's go there. But I don't think they weren't consulted. And they're saying that they could hear reports coming out now that they wanted her to win. And you all did, because some of them was good. I had Francesca from CYC. I follow her. I will always follow her. She put out a video, people, because she was railing with that hold the vote too. And she was like, because you all don't understand. We had to take a stance. We knew that Trump was going to be better. We knew that Trump was going to be worse. I'm sorry. We knew it probably was going to be this. We knew. But you all have to understand. And I wanted to read through that video. And when she said, you all have to understand, we had to make an honest choice so I could sleep at night. So I could look in the mirror. So it was the most self-righteous thing. The self-righteousness was off the chain. What do you mean you had to make this choice? So I could look at myself in the mirror. I could not honestly vote for that. And that's really what that was about. Because we had to be able to take this choice. Did you ask them? Did you ask the people? Let me just say, I get very passionate about this Gaza thing because I was called a baby killer sympathizer.
Well, they found out.
And
Well,
then,
they're going to find out now that they voted
that's
for the
why
wrong.
I said, Tyrone, I'm serious, Tyrone. I'm going. And I'm going to take pictures and I'm going to send them to you, make it into a little vacation because I've never been to Dearborn, whatever it is, Michigan. I've never been there. I'm going to take pictures and I'm going to send them to you. And so you can verify to everybody that I was there. That is one that is passionate to my heart. I'm going to Michigan if they do a roundup because I'm going to witness it and I'm going to take pictures. And Tyrone, I'm going to send the pictures. That's just how that really bothered my spirit. And I'm going to send pictures to you because it hurt my people too. It hurt our people too. Their decision. They threw everybody else up in garbage because what helped them to sleep at night. And I'm going to send you the pictures, Tyrone, and you be able to verify with the people that she did go. If we hear about a roundup and they rounding up and shipping out, I'm going. Because that might help ease my spirit. I'm serious about this. I can't get past it.
Well,
I
they
can't get
deserve
past
it.
that they did.
They deserve it. I don't know what else to say. When you got somebody like our community out there behind you, I mean, we don't get on that. They don't get on that TikTok and express their feelings and don't mean it. Whenever they were supporting them, they were supporting them. But then you know,
they meant that.
Yep.
And then they turned and told the people this, that, start calling. I'm not on TikTok, but I was with the people, with the groups, with the stuff on IG.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they called me with you a baby. I think I had one day 500 people in behind me calling me, and I was like, I'm gonna have to delete my account because these people is hostile after me, calling me a baby sympathizer, a baby killer sympathizer. You a genocidist and all. I was like, who's he? These people coming after me with the fire and brimstone. Get your behind from over here and leave these people alone. Your heart is with the people on the ground. I mean, because Tyrone, they got hostile in one of the groups I was in. Okay. Let me take my black ass some places with my black people and our black business. And the Africans that were telling us, y'all need them people, they probably had ulterior motives too. Everybody got ulterior motives. But when the Africans, I used to see them making videos and doing things, y'all black Americans need them people alone. Those people that y'all see need to be over there. You know, it's just been crazy. Everything has just been crazy. And I still don't know what to think. We just came from COVID and how crazy that is to look where we are now.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, I am in disbelief, but I guess we here. And
we were in disbelief with COVID, and look where we at right now. We're living under fascist dictatorship. Like, Jesus, how did we COVID?
Yeah.
We able to. Jesus.
And what throws me is they did all this talk about George Soros, and they literally got Elon Musk living in Mar-a-Lago, living in the White House, inside of the U.S. Department of Treasury, shutting down government agencies, and these people ain't said shit about this South African apartheid baby in this country, just taking over the damn country as the world richest man. They don't. I mean, I don't. They fucking stupid. They know the word.
I don't know. And he on the spectrum too. And he you know, has developmental issues too.
Yeah, I mean, nobody voted for Elon Musk. Nobody voted for him, and he got no business writing policy or even being involved. Who's this unknown caller?
Hey there, Tyrone. It's me, goddammit.
Hey, Mr. Solution, how you doing?
Oh, Jesus. Tyrone, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Wait a minute. We don't care what you do. Just go. The thing is, Tyrone,
Wait a minute, Tyrone.
Hold on, Mr. Solution.
Okay,
hold on, Mr.
What
Solution.
you just said is funny.
Okay,
she's talking over me. She runs her mouth like she's got diarrhea.
Because she helped host the show. Calm your ass down.
Wait a minute. See, it's this.
Hey, look here. Look, it's supposed to be my turn to go. May I go, Tyrone, since you're controlling traffic with your sexist ass?
Okay, well, calm down for a second. Go ahead, Elisa.
How do y'all do this? I mean, with these decrepit ass boomers that should be dust in the grave. Anyway, I was getting ready to do. I'm not doing this. Y'all continue with the rest of the night.
Hold on, Mr. Solution, you got to calm down for real.
Tell her to hold on.
She's hosting. Can you shut the hell up?
Wait a minute. Jay from New York. I'm not sure who else is on the line. I'm gonna go ahead and bid y'all good night, and I'm going to see. I don't know how y'all do this. I don't know how y'all do this. And you know what? You old boomer, you dab with your drawers and your pants seats down by your knees.
Hello. Go ahead on, Alicia. Go on and do what you have to do.
Don't go nowhere, Lisa. Let's see how he puts his skirt on.
Well, Sister Ottawa trying to get in there.
Yes, I am, because I don't know who she's calling decrepit. I don't know who she's calling decrepit. You'd be so lucky to get to 60 years old. I don't know who you're speaking to. Wait a minute. No.
Shut up.
You're not going to talk to.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What is going on?
Shut up.
Wait a minute. You're not going to. Wait a minute. You're not going to speak about my.
Shut up,
about me.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Okay. We're going to have to calm down. Okay, everybody's on mute.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I was never talking about you. I'm talking about this boomer that got on the phone, Mr. Solution. See, maybe if you was an elder and clean out your ears, I wasn't talking about you. Now I'm disrespecting my elders. I'm talking to Mr. Solution, who came on the phone and called me a cunt and called me all of these things that does not know how to act. And then you called up and you attacked me. I'm start talking to you. I was talking to Mr. Solutions. When I was trying to bid everybody good night, I was even getting ready to say Lady Ottawa. I called Joe, Jay, and different people, and you came on with the attack. So you take your elder ass and turn it to soot and dust in your grave. Because I will start talking about you. I mean, goddamn, I know we all living in the upside down, but then you come raging. Take a pill. Get some glasses. Get it together. Get a hearing aid. I will start talking about you. You not here. The solutions come on here. Okay, let me shut up. I was getting ready to go. Tyrone, Jay, who was I talking to?
You were talking to Mr. Solution.
Yeah, wearing a skirt. Mr. Solutions, you wearing your skirt today?
All right. So let me see who this unknown caller is. Ottawa and Solutions, y'all hold on for a second. Who's this unknown caller here? I just opened your line. Who is this?
It's Miss Lady. Hello.
Hey, Miss Lady. Hold on. I got to get Ottawa and Solutions back on here.
Okay.
Jeez, I don't know what the hell just happened. We was having a good conversation.
I don't know what happened either. But what happened, Tyrone?
She spoke about Africans. She spoke about Africans and who they shouldn't listen to and all that kind of stuff.
What are you talking about?
I wanted clarity on who she was speaking to. I wanted clarity on who
Hold on, Ottawa.
And that's why I came in the way I did.
No,
okay, listen, guys. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let one of y'all talk at a time. All right, Elisa, finish your thought, and then I'm gonna let Ottawa talk.
And you misrepresenting what I said about the Africans. What I said about the Africans, and they were right when they came online telling us to leave those people alone, talking about the Muslims. And I said they were right. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you need a pill tonight?
Jesus.
You're misrepresenting everything that I said. Do you need a pill?
Okay.
Why are you up and misrepresenting?
I'm going to blame Mr. Solutions for this one.
Here we go. All right. Lady Ottawa, your line is open. And Solution, you coming up. Go ahead, Lady Ottawa.
I don't have anything else to say. I heard what I heard, and if I had the wrong perspective, so be it. But you said a lot.
I heard what I heard. I said what I said.
Miss Lily,
and stop calling me young lady. Stop calling me young lady. I'm a grown
let her get it out, Elisa.
Why don't you mute her?
Let her get it out.
No,
Elisa.
you came on here.
Because I didn't say nothing to you when you muted me. You muted me. So that you could speak. Mute her.
How old you are.
Why don't you mute her?
You came
on. She helps me host the show. Because she helps me.
Why are you not muting her?
Well, I'm answering you. Because she helps me host the show.
You shut up.
You came on here and you accused me. You came on here and accused me of things that did not happen.
Much of it is not even solid.
You came and you accused. Take it down or not.
Questions about the comments that you made.
You did not ask the question.
That you
came on accusing. You did not ask the question.
Oh, this is
hold on a minute.
I
know y'all like Lady Ottawa. Did she? No, wait a minute. Did she come on? Did she ask the question or did she come on accusing? Be honest.
Ottawa, she was talking to Mrs. Solutions, and I guess you thought she was talking about you. Because she said something about boomers.
Be honest. You didn't come and ask the question.
Honey. That's all.
No, you don't. Are you kidding me? Stop showing your age.
Comments.
No, stop showing your age. Look, you messed up. You messed up. Own it. You came on here accusing me of something that I did not do. You did not come on here asking questions. Elder. You did not come asking questions. You came accusing them. Elder. Now, I'll clean up myself because I was raised better than this. The elder came accusing. You didn't, and then trying to lie and not take accountability. You came accusing me of something that I did not do. You came misrepresenting something that I did not say. Elder, self, which is what needs is done, what needs to be done. And I'm not telling you what to do. Course correcting is what is needed. I do apologize for calling the things that I called you because I was raised better than that. But elder, you should try to understand to take accountability. You came on accusing. You came on misrepresenting. And that's why I shut up and let other people whom you might listen to, yes, that's what you did. And then you try to take it into, I said what I said with the Nene Leaks. Let's don't do that. Let's don't do that. Let's be better than that. When you first came on the line, you came on speaking some good stuff that the people needed to hear. And then you misstepped and you came on accusing and misrepresenting. And instead of this, that's what I did. And everybody who's heard me on this line, when I mess up, I come back the next week and I do my best to correct it. Elder, you messed up.
Accept it.
You messed up.
I accept all your words. Let's move forward. I don't beat a dead dog. I'm done with it. I thought I heard you make a comment about people listening to African people. You said something to that effect. And I just was coming on to tell you. We should have listened to them.
We should have listened to them. It's what I said.
My bad. Have a good evening. Have a good day.
You do too. It's done. It's over.
Okay, so Mr. Solutions and then Miss Lady.
Yeah, Tyrone. I still call you a bitch-made man because I was speaking to you graciously, and Alicia jumped her hot ass in who needs some dick.
I jumped in to
hold on. We ain't gonna talk like that now. Okay, so let's get this straight. Listen. I don't know. I know y'all talk like that on the after hours, but we done moved away from that type of language when I'm on here, so we ain't gonna be talking like that. Okay, so express yourself differently.
So what I'm saying, Tyrone, you're a coward, you're craven. I hope you accept that language and that truth. I'm speaking to you, not Alicia. Alicia jumped in and she put a foot in her mouth, okay? So she needs to apologize to me if she has the guts.
What?
Tyrone, he wanted an apology. May I give it? May I address him?
Let Alicia go ahead and give you an apology. Hold on.
May I address him?
Go ahead.
I want to talk to Jay from New York.
Hold on. You just requested. Shut up. You just requested an apology. Elisa acknowledging it. So go ahead, Elisa.
I'm acknowledging No. I'm acknowledging the request.
Okay.
You came on blazing guns. I was like, oh, as one of Tyrone's hosts. And I was trying, and I said, Tyrone, let me say this, and y'all could have it. I was like, you all have it. Another elder that's out of line. I was like, oh, no. When I heard you come in blaze, I was like, oh, Tyrone. Okay, let me bid everybody good night. Everybody that's on the line, Shay, Lady Ottawa, whoever else. Let me bid y'all good night, and I'm going to go ahead and go. Y'all can let it rip. I do that all the time. That's what I did. Yeah. But because of your elderness.
Yeah, you were saying good night.
I was saying good night.
Yeah.
What is with the elders tonight, Tyrone? Oh my God.
Ain't nothing wrong with the elders, dear. I can take it.
Okay, so Mrs. Solutions. Okay, so hold on. Why are we going through all this? So I'm gonna let Mrs. Solutions.
Ali, thank you for once. You're not being
put me in the same boat with Mr. Solutions.
You're not being excessive. Alicia may be older than I am, or at least her retirement fund is not as well funded.
I might be older than you. I might be from the silent majority. You don't know.
Are you gonna pay for it?
Tyrone. Okay, so I'm not going to mute her. So, but you go ahead and talk, Mrs.
Because
Solutions.
coward. That's why. Okay,
why I got to be?
go ahead,
Why I got to
Alicia.
be a name? Why you got to call me a name? I ain't did nothing to you.
Just let her talk over everybody with her hoarse ass voice.
I'm
because
done.
she's.
I'm done.
Now,
I'm
Alicia
done.
and I usually don't have an issue, but if she causes an issue, we can go there.
Jesus
When you
Christ.
come calling names,
Okay, well, hold on. Let's
He,
rewind everything. Hold on, wait. Let's get this back. Miss Lucius, what did you call in for? What did you call?
I was talking to Tyra. Okay, that's a good question. Okay. I was going to address some of the things that you had said about Elon Musk. I was going to talk about transparency until Miss Alicia.
Okay, well, see, now you going back over there. So go ahead and talk about what you called in for.
I just said it. Clean the wax out.
Well,
I was going
get
to
on
speak.
it.
I was going to speak on transparency.
Go ahead,
Transparency.
Well, speak on it.
Well, I was saying what Elon Musk is doing is fan-fucking-tastic because all he's doing is just showing what's going on that we would normally never see. I had never heard, I was always concerned about this. In fact, I raised it not long ago. I said, well, how much money are we spending to foreign countries? I know we gave a lot of foreign aid. I thought that came under the rubric of the State Department. No, it came under a separate branch. It came under the separate branch that they had created, this USAID. And all Elon is doing under the authority of Trump, Grandpa, is to expose what's going on, and the Democrats can't stand it. They can't stand the light of day. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, so let me ask you.
Well, ask me. Don't ask me.
Let me ask you. Did you vote for Elon Musk?
It's not the point. No, I didn't. But I voted for the person who appointed him.
Mm-hmm. Do you know that Doge? Do you know that Doge is a made-up office and it don't exist?
Well, I just said to you that Trump appointed him to do what he's doing.
Okay, so wait a minute, I'm going to continue. Do you know how much? Do you know what percentage of the federal budget U.S. aid account for?
Please tell me.
So you should know that before you jump all out of your panties, being concerned about the money being wasted. USAID.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I do know.
Okay, so
they waste a lot of money.
I'm asking you a question.
I don't want my tax dollars going to transgenderism in any other country. No other country do I want that my money to be spent there. No way, no how. Go ahead.
Okay, so guys, I just want to answer the question, and it's on the screen. USAID account for 1% of the federal budget. 1%. That's it. That's how much money is going out in USAID. And Elon Musk is raiding the coffers in USAID, and he's in the the U.S. Treasury, looking at people's social security numbers, their checks, and their bank accounts, and all that kind of stuff. We did not give this guy this check. Will you shut the hell up? We didn't
respond to that. You are a bitch host.
Okay, well, go ahead then, since I'm a bitch host.
Thank you. I don't give a damn if it's 1/100th of a percent.
Okay.
It shouldn't be wasted that way. You can't justify the wastefulness just because it's a small portion. $14 million is not a small amount of money, sucker.
Okay, sucker. All right, so what we're going to do, I'm glad I heard your opinion. Thank you for calling. Miss Lady, welcome to the show. How you doing tonight?
Thank you.
Hello. Gosh, it's just a lot of anger and yelling and accusing. Really
you sound far away from the phone.
Do I sound far away now?
Yeah, it sounds like you, I don't know why you sound far. There you go. You sound, there you go. There you go.
I'm readjusting my Bluetooth. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the air, but there's a lot of yelling and accusing and disrespect. And I'm really sorry to hear all of that. And yes, Elisa, I came in and I was listening to some of what she was saying toward the end. It sounded good to me. And I don't know. It's just sad to see Black people who are mature people can't have a respectful conversation. And sometimes it's better to listen before we start talking because, and I've done it, where I came in and I had preconceived ideas of what had been said and I was wrong and I apologize. So I have no problem doing that. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous that Elon and his little boy group are in there rifling and downloading or whatever they're doing to information that that is kept in a private manner. The department head tried to stop him from going in, and he was fired. People with a security clearance can't even get up in there. But he has a 19-year-old college boy and 5 other ones that range like from 21 to 25 up in there, sleeping on mats on the floor or beds on the floor while they're so busy downloading or whatever they're doing to our information. This is a violation of HIPAA laws because there's medical information about people. Their medical records, their billing, all of their information from Medicare, Medicaid. There's their tax information, their Social Security information. Why do they need all of that? Why was it so important for them to go at night and storm into that building and start downloading information? And what do they plan to do with it? I know they want to subpoena Musk to find out what that's about, and Comer wouldn't let it go through. It's very worrying. Now, one of those boys got a little too excited. And so allegedly he went on social media saying something like, I'm a proud racist. I've always been a racist. It was like it was, now it's fashionable to be racist. Oh, I was a racist before it was fashionable. Now I'm just approximating what he's saying. And Black people basically need to get on their knees to white people. So he was fired because it was just too much out there, and he put it out there on social media. This is one of the people downloading information. So I don't know. Maybe Elon will find some other job for him to do, one of his companies. But he had to go from that one. So now there's been a temporary injunction put on them, which I think lasts for about 30 days. And then they'll go back and the Dems will get a preliminary injunction, which will last for a few months, and then it'll probably go to trial. Because this is absolutely a violation of everybody's privacy rights. This is ridiculous. And what possibly do they need that information for? Because allegedly, they can make changes in the systems. It's the software and the hardware, I guess. And they said it could be damn near impossible for them to correct it. So if they change some numbers or information, it could be permanent and it could be absolutely wrong.
Yeah, Tyrone, I have a follow-up comment when Miss Lady finishes.
So I don't know why Mr. Solutions thinks that this is the greatest thing on earth for them to do. I know that Elon Musk has gotten billions of our tax dollars for his company. He's gotten loans. He's gotten our federal tax dollars. He's probably got some state tax dollars. And Tesla wouldn't have survived if it hadn't been for the government stepping in and giving him some money. Yes, the richest man in the world wants to take away the poor to decrease their Medicaid, their health care, the little money they get to survive on. He was almost forced into bankruptcy in 2020. But he was saved. He was saved. So I don't know. He's gotten all kind of billions of dollars worth of government contracts. That's not federal dollars. It just makes no sense other than there's just some very cruel folks in the world that want to see it all destroyed. It's multi-level, multi-systems they're going after, multi-departments. And there's been a lot of lawsuits. It's going to be continuing lawsuits. And the federal government's going to have to pay for it. Well, that comes out of our tax dollars. So I hope it all ends soon. I don't know. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, you went down again.
Oh, it makes no sense. So I'm through. I'm pretty much through.
Okay. So thank you for that, Miss Lady. Mr. Solutions, hold on for a second. And here's an article from the NPR that Miss Lady was just alluding to, where a member of Elon Musk's Doge team resigned after racist posts resurfaced. It was a staffer that worked for Elon Musk in the Department of Government Efficiency resigned. It was 25-year-old Marco Elias. Was a software engineer. He worked for SpaceX and Elon Musk's company X. One of the posts said, "You could not pay me to marry outside my ethnicity." One of the posts said, "Just for the record, I was racist long before it was cool." Another post said, another post in December, the account pushed for repealing the Civil Rights Act. I just want eugenics immigration. I just want a eugenics immigration policy. Is that too much to ask for? And the post went on. So yeah, that's who they hired, and this is who Mr. Solutions is supporting. Blindly. I don't understand. I do understand that Mr. Solutions won't tell us what his race is, so maybe he don't mind racists being up there in the White House. Go ahead, Mr. Solutions.
Well, first of all, thank you. I don't want racists to be in the White House. I don't want bigots to host a show like yours either. But there you go.
You didn't vote for me.
Tyrone, I'm always concerned when there's the transfer of electronic information. I think they have too much information on the American people. We should have never been forced into having to get a Social Security number. And in fact, if one reads on the old Social Security cards, and you can see it, it says not to be used for identification purposes. But this is the thing. The Democrats are concerned because they have been exposed. Now, I would rather any day for someone under Trump's guidance to have that information and to analyze that information. The IRS needs to be audited. All of those organizations need to be audited. They were nothing but in the pocket of the Democrats in order to abuse the American people. That's what they were doing. And Trump, he's cleaning house. He's kicking out the FBI, all of those who have done, illegal things, out of the CIA. They were involved in illegal activity. So this is a very exciting time for me. I'm happy as a pig in shit, okay? I am just
What exactly were they doing? You just made broad statements without any evidence, without any facts.
Excuse me 1 second. No, I do have facts. I have U.S. AIDS. U.S. AIDS was wasting money. They were even using money to finance a coup against their party opposition, against Trump. Some of that money was going back to organizations to help discredit him. So, look, this is my point. And more of it will come out. But the Democrats are very dirty, many of them. In fact, most of them. And what they are concerned with is being exposed. They're not concerned with any of the things they're proffering. They don't care about the information being leaked or information being stolen. That's the least of their concerns. They have
So
been exposed in a way.
Republicans have always been above board, very conscientious, and have never done anything.
I didn't interrupt you. I let you finish. And I'll just wrap it up by saying this. I think this is the most wonderful freaking time in American history. This is I am absolutely elated. I'm doing somersaults and backflips. Damn it!
I hope you break your back, Mr. Solution.
Yeah.
Keep doing it.
Make sure you wipe yourself off there. But check this out.
Yeah.
I thought you were nice, Miss Lady. That's
calm
not
down.
nice.
I just listened to you.
No,
everything that Mrs. Solution just said.
Crazy now.
Everything that Mrs. Solution just said.
Good.
Okay, shut up, Mrs. Solutions. Everything that he just said is a lie. These people that has got fired, if they was involved in some type of criminal activity, we would be hearing about the charges. We would be hearing about the crimes that they committed. Mrs. Solution just made all of that up about the FBI. The U.S. AID Department and the Treasury Department. The fact is, guys, whenever these people qualify for these jobs, they have to get a clearance in order to work in that organization, and some of them have to take an oath of office. What's wrong with this right here is Elon Musk walked in the door without a security clearance, and these people, these racists that Elon Musk is hiring. We don't know what type of background that they have. We don't know what they're going to do with our information. What we do know is that they are in the field of technology, and what they do with technology is like Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg do. They sell our information so they can make money off of our data. So that's one thing that we do know. I don't know if that's what's going on, and that's why they want access to all of this information, but it's not right for them to just go in there and get this whole supply of data and do whatever the fuck they want to do with it with no accountability. Now, who's this unknown caller line I just opened?
Yeah, hey Tyrone. Yeah, I just wanted to call back again because, like I said, ignorance is bliss, man. And let the ignorant wallow in the shit that they're happy in. Mr. Solutions has no clue what USAID does. It's not an initiating organization. It's a facilitating organization. If you understand the difference in terminology, they do not initiate programs. They facilitate programs. Programs are initiated by other government agencies and or government representatives. If you have a problem with a particular program that they are facilitating, trace it back to whoever initiated the program. It wasn't USAID. They just facilitated. They work under the I guess you could say the marching orders of other agencies and or government officials. So they've been around a while. This is not something that just popped up, this year. USAID has been around a long, long time. When I was in the government contracting business 25 years ago, we worked with USAID to supply various products to different governments and countries around the world. But that was another life in time. But I mean, this guy acts like this stuff just popped up yesterday. It's been around a while. If you were really interested in what they were doing, you can read their annual reports, like every government agency publishes, or if you had any questions about the annual reports, you could have filed a Freedom of Information Act request and found out more detail. They'd be glad to send it to you. So this fake outrage, this fake concern is so full of shit. I could smell it from here. So I just laugh at this, because it's just an amazing display of ignorance. And like I said, I'm elated at the display of ignorance. I am overjoyed to see somewhat people who consider themselves smart that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So I'll just sit on the side.
All right. Yeah.
Well, let me respond to that, Tyrone. It's almost not worthy of responding to.
I will, but you need to let me check this line first. Who is this unknown caller? Whose line is this I just opened? Whose line is this? If you're talking, you're on mute. All right, well, go ahead, Mr. Solutions.
Yeah, thank you, Tyrone. Yeah, Joe is the ultimate gaslighter, and with his 300 plus pounds of girth, There's a lot of places to hide shit, fat, stink, and everything else. But getting back to the subject is this. There were over 10,000 people that were in that particular organization, according to the reports. I did read some of the reports. And I'm not guilty of what he is accusing me. He's a liar. All right. Now, they're going to reduce that by a huge percentage. It's only going to be about 300 people, and they're going to transfer it under the Secretary of State and let them administer it. It was a rogue organization. Some of what he says is true, but it's true only to a limited degree. They were used as a piggy bank for criminals. And so that's being investigated. It's being properly handled. Like I say, they're being brought. Whatever was legitimate about them is not going to be destroyed. The waste and abuse is what's being gotten at in order to be eliminated. So I understand everything that you're saying probably better than you do, and I'm raising you one, and existentially, realistically, it has been done. They've been abolished. Am I lying?
All right. So
Yeah, you pretty much lie.
Wait a minute. Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Let me,
Yeah,
Joe, you can go after me, but let's get some truth about this agency out there. I pulled up the wiki page. It's not that hard. The United States Agency for the International Department. Okay, so listen. It's an independent agency of the United States government. Its primary responsibility for administering civilian foreign aid and development assistance with a budget of $50 billion. Now, the purposes of the USAID is a decentralized network of resident field commission is drawn to manage the United States government programs of low-income countries for various purposes. And for those countries, they provide disaster relief, poverty relief, technical cooperation on the global issues, including environment, U.S. bilateral interests, and social economic development. Listen, when you talk about things, and they talked about in the press secretary about condoms the other day. I don't know why they talked about condoms with Gaza, but that comes to mind because whenever you're talking about providing condoms to stop the transmission of things like AIDS, and the United States has a budget for that. That helps you and I as a global citizen, so this disease won't be running rampant on this goddamn planet. Whenever you're talking about disaster relief and poverty relief, you got countries in Africa and some Latin countries. They're India. These children are starving. Their countries are not able to provide for them. So the United States, with the big budget that we have taken 1% of our budget and said, okay, we'll provide some aid for these children to eat. The U.S. their Mr. Solutions and Elon Musk is demonized an organization that don't need to be demonized. Now let me give you my conspiracy. Elon Musk comes from South Africa. South Africa was the fucking country that had the apartheid for black people. Do you not think that Elon Musk is pissed off with this organization because USAID probably helped overturn his fucking racist regime in South Africa by helping the goddamn South Africans? There's a reason why they attacked this motherfucking place first, and I can guarantee you that Elon Musk do not like the USAID because of his time growing up as a fucking racist in South African and watching support come in from the United States to help overturn the goddamn apartheid. That's just my little goddamn conspiracy, but I guarantee you that's got some shit to do with it. Now, Mr. Solution, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think
I wanted to respond to that.
Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to respond to that. Yeah. The key word in what you said, Tyrone, was bilateral. And so, like I said, it's not an initiating organization. It's a facilitating organization. And depending upon who's in office, they can be used for nefarious purposes. Like I said earlier, it's used to project American presence in foreign countries. Period. Now, when I say that, it can be, food aid, it can be agriculture, but it can also some of the things that have probably been mentioned. It depends on who's in office and how they are being used by the people in power. It ain't just a Democrat or Republican thing. You have to trace back whatever the program is to whoever initiated it or whatever department initiated it. AID is just a facilitator. They're going to say, some departments are going to say, hey, I want you to do X, Y, Z here. And they give them money to do it. And so they go and they carry it out. It's just like any other American overseas organization. It can be used for good or it can be used for nefarious purposes. It depends on who's in power at the time.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Solution.
No, I agree with that. And if we can be civilized, and if you had been, we could have agreed there initially. Because what did I say? I say it's going to be subsumed under the State Department, and the legitimate aspects of it will still be held in, it'll still be carried out. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but also I heard in what you said that there was room for corruption and graft and what have you. So that's the part that's being looked at. Now, the part that Tyrone said, I don't trust that there's not a scintilla of evidence that he has. That's just his racist hunch. And Tyrone is one of the most racist people I've ever come across. I like him. I watch him fly his drone, but he's a racist.
Sorry, Tyrone, you got to listen to that.
He is a racist.
I'm used to it.
And the thing about it is, over here is an echo chamber. And that's the reason you guys don't make any advancements, is because you just repeat what each other says. And
listen. This tells you. Let me just share this right here. This tells you that Mr. Solution don't give a crap about the rule of law. The USIDA was created in 1961. It said Congress passed the Foreign Assistance Act in September the 4th, 1961, which recognizes the U.S. Foreign Assistance Program and mandated the creation of the agency administered economic aid. Now, listen, what we're talking about here is Elon Musk, an unelected civilian, walking into Washington and undoing something that Congress put in place. That is against the law. So if they should, I think this is what Jay was saying, is that they are fighting this because they can sue because Elon Musk cut out the funding for this organization, and the fact that Mr. Solution agrees with it and it's illegal just shows you how cult-like his mind is, and he don't give a shit about the rule of law.
No. Okay, let me know when you finish because I want to respond to that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Right.
But like I said,
first of all,
earlier,
you are the little cult leader with your little cult-ettes. The point is this. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in the division of law, where you have the judiciary, you have the legislature, the executive branch, and the judiciary. And if Jay said that, he's right. It can be challenged in court. Fine. I'm okay with that. But as it goes for now, the president being the overseer of the executive branch, he has specific authority to oversee that. And that.
Okay, so now you don't know what you're talking about. I had to mute you. The president is not the holder. The Congress has the power of the purse. So the president ain't got shit to do when it comes to making legislation. We got fucking the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the fucking judicial branch. The Congress is the legislative branch. They're the one who put USDA into place. The other branches, the three co-equal branches of service, that don't mean that the executive branch can go over to Congress's side and just undo what the fuck they did, just like Congress can't undo what the fuck the president do. That's what with the executive orders. It's you don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. Just because he's the president, he's not in charge of every goddamn branch of government, because there's three co-equal branches of government. You fucking moron. What the hell is wrong with you?
You know what,
Okay, you
Tyrone?
fucking piss ass.
You know, can I
You
say
are the
something?
one that's the mental
You know
retard.
what?
Let Miss Lady talk. Let somebody talk that's got good sense. You don't know what
You
they
know,
talking.
these
He
funds
does have
are
the
not going to
power.
be
That's
going
why
to
he did it.
Africa. They're not going to be going to South Africa or countries that don't appreciate Trump and Elon Musk. Now, there's an article that came out, but I think some of the money will probably be going to Israel, you know, especially rebuilding that beachfront and putting
that's
up
a
all
good
that
point.
expensive housing. Now, there's an article that says how Trump's pledge to punish South Africa reflects Musk's criticism of his homeland. This came out February 3rd.
See
and
there?
it's from Cape Town.
Go ahead,
And it
Miss
says
Lady.
U.S. President Trump said he will cut all funding to South Africa over what he called a human rights violation, a move reflecting Elon Musk's repeated and false claims over the years that the authorities in his country of birth are anti-white and even encourage the killing of white people.
See that?
On Sunday, Trump said terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things, without providing specifics. He said they're taking away land, they're confiscating land, they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that. It says while it's not exactly clear what he was referring to, he could be referencing a new law in South Africa that gives the government powers in some instances to expropriate land from people. So they said many South Africans view Trump's sudden pledge to punish America's biggest trade partner in Africa as surprising and influenced by Musk, who was born in South Africa and left for Canada after he completed high school. So there's a law over there called the Expropriation Act, and it was signed last month by the president, and it says it allows government to take land in specific instances where it is not being used or where it would be in the public interest if it is redistributed. It's aiming to address some of the wrongs of South Africa's racist apartheid era when Black people had land taken away from them and were forced to live in areas designated for non-whites. So the president, Ramaphosa, responded to Trump's comments Monday by saying the U.S. president was wrong, no land had been confiscated, and he said he looked forward to engaging with the Trump administration over this issue. He said the U.S. doesn't understand the law. It said, what has Musk previously said about South Africa? He accused Ramaphosa's government in 2023 of allowing a genocide to happen over the killings of some white farmers, which has happened for years. While the killings have been condemned, experts have said there's no evidence of any genocide, and they are part of South Africa's extremely high violent crime rates and mostly related to farm robberies. It said the country has an average of 70 homicides a day, with the vast majority of the victims being Black. Musk also waded into the issue Monday by replying to a post by Ramaphosa on X with the question, why do you have openly racist ownership laws? Again, it remains unclear what he was referring to, but his comments seem to allude to South Africa's affirmative action laws in business that are designed to advance opportunities for Blacks and other racial groups who are disadvantaged under apartheid. Musk's Starlink satellite internet service has been denied a license in South Africa because it doesn't meet affirmative action criteria. Okay, it goes on, but I'm going to stop there.
Well, no, see, and that kind of goes to what I was saying. I'm glad you found that article, and I know it has something to do because USA don't bother no fucking body. They just feeding the fucking world with a little bit of change from America. But I can guarantee you that US aid probably has something with helping those people in South Africa come up, so Elon Musk is pissed off because, his fucking racist ass family got booted out of their position in apartheid Africa. And Mr. Solution down here guzzling his fucking balls. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, Tyrone, I came back. I heard Miss Lady speaking, and I came back to piggyback on what she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
That because I saw in some of the groups, and some only 2 Black MAGAs that I know that I left on my page, so I could on Facebook, so I could see what they were up to and the things. Because I'm not on Twitter, and they have all this copy and paste that's going around on Twitter, and outlining what is what the money in U.S. for the USA was going to, and then when you ask them, well, what does all of this mean? And it's most definitely a lot of the stuff. Do y'all know what this stuff right here means? The propaganda, and they copied and pasted all over. See the fraud, see the fraud, see the fraud. I just see a list of things where they're sending aid to. And yes, a lot of the aid that they were sending and still does to this day is to South Africa, to the indigenous people and things there. That's why one of this going on.
Yeah, it's feeding. Listen, guys, it's feeding children. It's helping with undeveloped countries, and the world needs that. And if the United States has the finances to help out with the world, I mean, come on, that's just ridiculous. We've always taken that position as a country, and there's nothing wrong with sending aid to the rest of the world. But to just cut it off like that illegally because Congress authorized this payment, I mean, there's something wrong with Americans, especially like the one we listened to tonight, that don't have opposition to somebody just overtaking the government and taking the resources and doing whatever the fuck they want to with it.
Well, a lot of it, Tyrone, is a lot of people don't understand American presence happens two ways. I told you this earlier. You can either do it with a bullet or you can do it with food. And so, there's going to be some pushback on this eventually. I guess, because like it or not, a lot of the CIA and foreign services makes use of USAID to project American presence around the world. This is what we do. And a lot of times, they implement programs to keep an American awareness and presence there in these countries in order to combat China, because China has the same kind of program. If we pull out, then China's just going to fill the gap. We don't live in a singular world. So sometimes you spend money to keep your flag flying in various places. Now you can call it waste if you want, but we live in a world where you're in competition with other foreign countries. And so if you pull your flag down, they put their flag up. And that's the cost of being a superpower. There's no way around it. And so if you want to be a world superpower, you got to spend the money to make that happen. You can't have it both ways. You can't be a world superpower and not spend money to be a world superpower. You can't be a world economic power and not spend the money to maintain that world economic power. So I don't understand why these guys don't understand this. It just comes along with the turf.
Well, it ain't that they don't understand it. I think that they just like
they do.
They just like being on the side of white supremacy and racist. And from the way that Mr. Solutions is talking on the phone tonight, he's like, I'm saying this because I'm gonna get you on this, and I'm gonna get you. It's just stupid, childish bullshit, to be honest with you. So, and I play the game. I play the game with him because I think he's silly, but he understands exactly what the fuck going on.
Yeah, he knows. As this article says, South Africa didn't give him a contract with his Starlink. So he's upset about the apartheid thing and getting rid of that. And then they didn't give him a contract. And then, Joe, you're right. It's either we'll hand you a carrot or we're going to have to come in with the stick. And it's usually better to come in with the carrot because China's over there with all kind of business deals, putting in infrastructure, sending all kind of agricultural machinery, tractors, and they're going to build, I think, a nuclear power plant somewhere. They are. I'm talking.
Well, yeah, China's all in
African countries.
Yeah, China's all
in.
And so, building bridges and they over there doing it, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And the United States could have done that, but they just didn't want
to. But they did it. They did it. They let somebody else get the jump on them. As far as that is concerned, you're right, 100% right.
So, I don't know, guys. We in for a rough ride. It is what
it's just a lot of chaos, and fighting and protesting and running to court and dealing with, because they were trying to get this new act passed, and they said we just need 3 Republicans to sign on, and it's to prevent the rest of the world from going in and absconding with people's personal and private information.
Yeah, I saw that. Did they get the signatures? I didn't hear any more about it.
I don't know. I don't know.
People eyes should have woke up when them planes started falling out of the fucking sky. I don't know. We haven't had a major plane crash in years, a decade almost, I think. And as soon as Elon Musk and Trump started fucking with the FAA, these planes started crashing into each other. That should wake people up.
Well, allegedly, it says like in a very busy airport, like that's a real busy airport. There's usually a traffic controller for the helicopters and one for the planes. Mm-hmm. But that time, it was only one person. I don't know if they did staffing cutback.
They did. They did a lot of people, and they got rid of Elon Musk got rid of the head of the FAA before that happened.
Well, the next big fight now, I don't know if you guys heard on the news, is who's going to rebuild LA. And so with all the deportations, there's not enough people to do the demolition work and to do the construction work. And I mean, they were on TV talking about that today. They're going to need a lot of bodies to do the demolition and cleanup and to start rebuilding. And with the level of deportations going on out there, they don't have the bodies.
Well, somebody on here suggested...
we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. Jay and I was talking about that.
Yeah, Elon probably gonna buy up some land out there.
Well, this is interesting, huh? Who's gonna buy it up? Is it private equity? Is it Elon? Who? Are they gonna put in because they're trying to put in a government town? I don't know. Let's just see what happens with all that land, because it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, we're living in some strange times. I really hate.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I do too. And I was just going to say, I was agreeing with you. Yes, we are in strange times.
Yeah. And then, on another note, I don't know if you guys heard, somebody stole a whole truck of eggs, 40,000 eggs.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Well, there's a trend going around on TikTok. Our eggs is about $4 or something. But there's a trend going on TikTok where people in different countries is showing us how much their eggs cost, $1.98, $2. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wonder how much they cost over in China. They're on that app.
It's over $10. It's over $10 a dozen here.
$10 a dozen? No way.
China got powdered eggs.
No, Joe. I mean, it's like for something here. There ain't nowhere in the world that
in some areas,
I saw a dozen for $7 the other day. I saw a dozen for $7, but of course it's those brown, organic, free-range ones. But it was $7 and something. When they used to be like $4 something.
You can find them here in Maryland. You go to Target. Well, I'm not shopping at Target. I'm going along with the people. But you can find them if you're going to Target. You can find them for $4.99 a dozen in Target here.
It just went up. I'm looking at Walmart website now, and it's $6 for a fucking dozen of eggs. Get the fuck out of here!
And I remember you could get what for $1.99, $2 something.
Yeah,
I was getting them for free.
There's no Walmart in New York City limits, so we're paying premium prices.
No, all of a sudden, I was getting them for free. Like the grocery store in our area is called Giants. And if you use the Circle app, you would get rewards. So I would get my eggs for free every week. I was getting them for free. They removed that as an option. We can't get them for free now that this egg thing going on. You can't get them for free anymore. But I had to get eggs for free for over a year.
Well, Solutions and Sarge ain't saying shit about that because that was one of Trump's campaign promises to make these prices go down, and they going up. What's up, mama's boy?
Peace, everybody. Yeah, I was going. Good to hear your voice, ma'am. 100,000 eggs, Joe. I heard the report of 100,000.
God damn. Who would have thought stealing a whole tractor full of eggs? Dude, they're going to be selling eggs like cigarettes. They're going to be selling loochies after a while.
Down here in Dallas. They $9 at the Whole Foods down here in Dallas.
$9?
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, Tyrone.
I'm going to the lady a few blocks away. She got chickens. I'm going to buy some eggs from her.
Golly.
No, that's right.
Who's this caller line I just opened?
Maze.
Hey, Maze, how you doing?
All right. Tyrone, you know what's wrong with those people like Solution them? They still wearing the baronade on their ear like they did at Trump's funeral.
They wearing that Kotex on their ear.
Yeah, they still wearing it. But how you gonna get over here and say that you agree with Elon Musk and Elon Musk has got contracts himself? He's not looking into all of that. That's who's getting the biggest taxpayer dollars. People like him.
Yeah, all them subsidies. If he worried about taxpayer dollars, he should be worried about what Elon Musk get.
And yeah, one of his little people that's on his little committee or whatever they're doing, somebody was working for Russia. They found out their name, so now they investigating them, and they found out a whole lot of stuff. And one of them, out of that bunch.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised at all. Everything that they're doing to this government right now is helping Russia out. As far as tearing down the U.S. aid, as far as raiding the Department of the Treasury, all that's helping Russia out.
So I'm saying, but he's a citizen, but he can go in and do what he can't do, and he thinks it's cute. It makes no sense. So they still wearing it. Whatever they do, they want to do it too and say that it's a lie. So now when they want to go into the education system, what's that got to do with anything? And then you went to the FBI, what that got to do with anything?
I can tell you, the reason they want to get rid of the education system is because they want more people thinking like Mr. Solutions. Dumb as hell. They just want them dumb.
Already at the bottom, but they'll put that on us too, but some of us will accept it and some of us won't. Because America used to be at the top with the education system, now they're at the bottom.
Well, remember what Trump said? He said, I love the uneducated. Remember?
Yeah. And he also said he could run as a Republican and win because they all are.
Yeah, because they're all stupid.
Yes. Right. And they don't even realize it. But it's always the Democrats. And when they were going to do the IRS, wasn't they trying to pass a bill and the Republicans wouldn't have nothing to do with it? They were going to do an audit.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I'm saying when Biden was in office, and they were going to do an audit, and the Republicans wouldn't vote for it. So now, and then you don't know, there's three branches of government. All the president is supposed to do is sign bills into law, not make laws.
Right. That's what I was telling Mr. Solution why that attack on USAID is illegal.
He can do it in the Supreme Court is supposed to be interpreting the laws. House and the Senate is supposed to be making laws, not the president making laws. He got it wrong. So I hope he go back and look at it and get it right and stop getting upset because he's wrong. If you're wrong, you're just wrong and go on about your business. He just get all uptight and start acting like us and just lose it and got to call all kind of names and stuff. But it's funny when you come in the door loving Elon Musk. I'm sick of giving Elon Musk my tax dollars. If you want to
I think everybody should burn their damn Teslas. I think everybody should get rid of them cars.
They're not buying them anymore. They're not buying them anymore.
They're not buying. She's correct. They're not buying them. And the people who already have them are having trouble getting rid of them.
They're trading them in or they're not driving them around.
You know, yes.
Yeah, they're having trouble getting rid of them.
So you know what's happening, Tyrone? His first 100 days, you're gonna look for this mess for his first 100 days, and when he get finished, some people are gonna be going to jail, like Elon Musk and his little groupies, and a whole lot more people. That's why they going to court. But
well, I think they're scared to lock them up. I don't know why. They're breaking the law clearly, but I think they're scared to hold them accountable.
Well, they just let them. They had to let go break the law in a certain place, in which they did. So out of those, they don't have any security clearance to be in none of those buildings.
No, there ain't nowhere in the world Elon Musk should be bouncing around in Washington doing whatever the hell he's doing. He don't have no clearance. He is not authorized to be there. Money don't authorize you to see
do
all
that.
those documents that they're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
But they got rid of anybody that could stop them, and they put in people that will not stop them. That's the problem. But you would have thought that they would have had some guardrail, little something,
Yeah, I
Because
was seeing.
he's into the Department of
That's called corruption. That's
Energy.
called corruption, y'all.
I was
That's
seeing
called corruption.
I was seeing this being described as a coup because that's basically
It
what they're
is.
doing. Yeah,
It is. It is a coup. He's into the Department of Energy right now. The last update I heard, they have already gotten into the Department of Energy, and I guess it's people who's able to monitor it, and they would say into the nuclear parts, to like the nuclear things that, what do you call them, nuclear plants and things that we have. And it's like, okay, well, just go in and take it out, because it don't feel like there's nothing anybody can do.
Oh, it's something they're gonna do. It's just let 100 days so they
every time they do something, they go to court. It's just court. The wheels of justice are slow.
Oh, yes.
But I guarantee you, there's probably all kinds of damn. I mean, what they say, he's up to like over 100 or some shit lawsuits already. So it's a lot of shit we ain't even heard about yet.
And then you got those sitting on the sideline. Well, the Democrats this and the Democrats did this. The Democrat they're not breaking the law, but they just sit back and waiting for them to keep on breaking it so they can really have something on them. After this 100 days, it's going to be reckoning. People going to be like losing their mind and going crazy and going off the rockets. He going to do this for 100 days, and then there you look at him. He recalling stuff. He was putting tariffs on China and Mexico and Canada. What happened? He only put 18% on China though. Why not? Why didn't he put 25% on them? So we just have to look at the madness, what they're doing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna move out of the damn country. I might move to Mexico.
Well, a lot of people already live in Mexico.
I don't know if you want to go to Mexico right now, because remember Trump launched that damn war against the cartels down there.
Well, you
Mexico's
listen.
cool.
You got
Mexico's cool.
you got a lot of Americans that live in Mexico already.
Yes,
that,
you
do. That don't even live around the cartels. And Mexico is a pretty big country, and the cartels, they do occupy Mexico a lot, but there's a lot of places that don't have the cartel.
Hey, I saw this one white dude. Oh, sorry. I saw this one white dude, and he was down there talking to some Latinos, and the one Latino, he was supposed to be in the most dangerous city, Tijuana. And that Latino dude told him, say, hey, dude, it's great here. It's beautiful here. You mind your business, you'll be okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much like that. If you ain't in the business, nothing to worry about. It's like, I was in Chicago with somebody here said, oh, man, what about the gang violence? I'm like, if you ain't in that life, it ain't coming to you, It's about, how you move, man. So, Mexico is fine. But what I was gonna say, shit, man, I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn. But anyway, yeah, it's just damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn, shit. Getting old.
Why do people on the street protest?
Talking about Mexico.
Yeah.
I had something else on my mind.
I saw all these people from 50 states protested this the other day. I'm like, what's wrong with them? They didn't vote. They were all happy. They didn't.
Well, wherever Trump goes, there's always protests. Wherever Trump goes. Yeah.
I'm trying to find out somewhere.
Yeah, Trump is good about organizing the opposition, and so it's gonna be a crazy summer.
A lot of cities protested yesterday.
It's just it's funny to me. I was like, still wearing them things on their ear. Some of them took them off. And the only people that came out of that January 6th is the lady said that she gonna take her punishment because she did something wrong and she was in a cult. And nobody never talk about that lady that said that. It's like she don't even exist. And then you got these other ones saying they didn't do nothing wrong.
Well, it's still early. Wait till we get closer to the midterm. That's when the fun gonna start.
Yeah,
No, the fun gonna start before the midterm. Because if these people keep doing what they're doing, something's gonna flip.
Well,
So
the economy's gonna have a word to say about it too.
You sure will.
Just letting you know that, but the economy's gonna have an effect on the presidency too.
And egg prices should have been going down. Like if you listen to Sarge them, when he get in office, the eggs ain't gonna be this. The cereal, he had cereal on the table, all the stuff he had on the table when he was running. It just jumped up all of it that he was talking about, and he don't care nothing about the people eating.
Bacon was one of them. That was a big bacon.
Yeah.
Bacon is.
Bacon and eggs.
Well, they said.
Did he actually have the food on a table?
Yeah, I seen him. He was standing in front of Mar-a-Lago with a table full of food one time.
And then they said that they were cheating. They had made the boxes smaller.
Well, they said today that bird flu. Yeah, they said the bird flu has moved to cows now.
Yeah,
so
I'm like, here we go.
Yeah, it said move to cows now. So expect your meat prices to start going up too.
Yep, that's an excuse.
And milk.
Look, y'all, it's been lovely, and YouTube won't get ready to shut y'all down. I got to get out of here. I'm gonna open up these lines, and y'all can continue to talk.
Q&A session is over. All participants
Miss Elisa,
are unmuted.
Miss Lady, all y'all, Joe, Mays, I appreciate y'all.
Make sure nobody got that phone that is snoring or got that TV on.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody got their TV on.
Because then they be having that shit, and we gotta listen to that shit all night.
Oh, they doing it on purpose, probably.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Yeah, thank you, Tyrone. Peace.
Yeah, stepping in here, you got to know something. Don't come with the craziness. Because if you do, you're going to get stomped on. And then you get mad and fly off and come back tomorrow with your drawers on and come back again the next day and still getting slapped.
Well, I'm waiting to hear from our resident gay expert, speaking for the gay point of view, ABC.
Well,
ABC, where you at, man? Come on.
He keep calling in and hanging up. Ain't nobody else but him. He be on the board sometimes. But ABC, you need to get out and call in.
Yeah. Waiting on the gay update. The gay update from our in the field gay reporter, ABC.